to kick off, and we will finally have a champion of this year. Who's going to take it though? That's the real question. We've got contests that are going to be going down on World's Edge. There are teams that will be competing. There are teams that have given up their POIs. Alliance, remember, they were going to give up Thermal Station, what I heard, but Pioneers already in an engagement.
Oh, a couple of trades going down early on, and this is a Harvester. Exchange and Zayn! The triple take good enough, but the action not over. Already we're into another contest.
I had heard that Alliance were giving this up, but they said no, this is our
Oh, what is going on?
This is our
What is going on, dude?
But the dojo are showing what
I just started the stream.
Timmy with the PK.
Dude.
Flesh damage already. This is an electric start to our first game here in the ALGS Championships. And once again,
What the
it looks
fuck,
like
man?
the dojo are in control of Thermal Station.
The finisher as well, just to rub salt in the wounds here as the dojo do get that initial kill.
Yo,
Now,
hi everyone.
I say it's Alliance's playground. I say it's Alliance's home
Fuck,
turf,
man,
but remember,
that was a
Gustav
rough
owned
start.
Thermal back on G2. He knows how to run amok around here. Now Alliance is a 2, gotta try and hold on.
Timmy with that PK could be the difference maker. Still 2 members of Alliance to deal with, of course. But the high ground is going to be controlled. The final 2 remaining members of Alliance
Yo, you took any?
in that bottom structure, and maybe you can see the signal is now to try and push in and take control, but nobody's there.
Chasing shadows at the moment, our dojo, and they do have to play this one careful because they respect and they know how good Alliance are. And you need to know that Alliance, even as a 2, especially with Effect still alive, and the damage output that he has with any weapon.
Cheers.
But I tell you what, it's up and down. It's switching elevators at the moment. As Alliance now hold the high ground here.
Well, they're going to send it. They're going to send it here. Up onto that high ground. Alliance still on that height, but they don't really have the armors to compete. Enemy in design for taking some damage.
Ooh, Timmy killing
now
it.
left on their own. It's 1v2 here to claim what this POI will be, maybe for the rest of our World's Edge games.
Yeah, this is going to be a big
Come
one
on,
for
Timmy,
Dojo,
come on,
and in a
come
2
on.
versus
You got
1, they
it.
shouldn't
You
lose
got
with
it.
these shields. But
No problem.
Effect's just being a nuisance from the high ground, but now
Not
the
a
ground
sweat.
lift being back up. It should be a matter of just cleaning up the pieces. Effect goes down. Alliance
Dojo,
will fall.
fucking
And even
Dojo.
though it was elongated,
Look
it
at my
took
boy.
far too long. It's a matter of
Dude.
precedent here for the Dojo, as Thermal once again is their home.
Well, I mean, if you needed a better start, a more action-filled start to our grand finals day,
Oh, the circle.
you're in the wrong place.
We get to talk about the
We get
zone.
to talk about zone. We are going to overlook everybody. And for Moist Esports, always a good zone. Time to look at who has a ring console down and who is going to be able to
Dude,
get that
I have
input
a
because
feeling
it's going
Black
to
Hand
TSM were already
will
over
win this
towards
one.
Overlook. They had a ring
I don't know
control
why.
on Siphon, so they were moving very fast indeed to ensure they could take
I
one of the
saw
priority
in an
positions.
interview
FaZe also
that
from
Hal is kind of
Privatizer have
afraid
actually
of Black Hand.
overtaken the likes of Moist, MDY White, and find themselves in Overlook as well. And TSM
They are
just
kind
gonna
of
hold
the
north
best
side
team,
of this vault here
really.
over towards No Name and Respawn Village. And
But
it is a
let's
position
see.
where you can sometimes see this circle finishing.
Well, TSM, the story of yesterday. I mean, making their way through at the last possible seconds to this grand finals. They were almost looking like they were out of it, but a final game win sent them not just into the grand finals, Dan, but into the grand finals with a huge amount of points to start with as well.
I think one of the biggest things for me about TSM is looking average points per game. They're not quite up there with the likes of Blackhand, the likes of Dreamfire, but TSM still have the joint most wins in this tournament, and it is match point format. So if they can get to that threshold, then it is going to be very important about closing those games out. Now, LG Chivas, another consistent team, under some duress.
This is Iron Blood Gaming who are they going up against at the moment. This is an isolated fight.
Iron Blood.
In and around
A good team
stacks,
also.
and I tell you what, LG might be regretting this decision because the first knock comes in here, the second one.
But
might be
honestly, I
coming
don't
pretty
think they
soon
will
as
be
well.
winners.
There it is.
But yeah,
And
it's a good
Asia's
team.
doing some work.
And LG Chivas were one of the most consistent
But
teams
actually,
in
who
getting
knows?
into top
Maybe
10s throughout any
they
map
win. Everything can
here in
happen.
the ALGS, but it looks like that statistic might just
Dude,
be lowering
Kenny,
ever so slightly.
honestly, maybe
One
Black
last player
Hand.
remaining. Bloodhound scan is going to do enough to at least spot him
After
out.
yesterday,
Only
maybe
the
Black
extra
Hand.
KP. Nah, protection, that's so
I
important
didn't
for
notice
the
them
game.
at first,
Make
but
sure you don't give
they
away
are
that
killing
extra
it.
KP and an instant
And Hal is
way
kind
to
of afraid
reset.
of
So
them.
now Iron Blood can move
He said
comfortably
that they are the
towards
best team.
next zone. We've only got 5 teams who haven't moved into this first circle.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Dude. Come on, it's a tournament. Don't woo them.
I was about to say, make what you
Don't
will
woo
of it, man.
them.
DY White.
It's a tournament,
Down on
dude.
the
Of
low
course
ground
they're
at
gonna
the
riot.
moment, just underneath Overlook. This is where the zone will be pulling, and you can kind of see their game plan for yourself, right? If someone who sneaks past, they're
Ooh,
going to get ambushed.
Blackhand. See.
The team who come into this with the biggest points total.
Okay.
And that 10-point head start towards match
Dude,
point.
I
Already
like
ahead
that
everyone.
they play
Insane
Watson.
on the receiving end of it as well.
The Watson
So much
fences
action
are
is going on outside of the
absolutely
building, but they are
OP,
able to just keep
are
their
broken.
composure, lock things
They need to
down.
be
Remember, they're one
nerfed.
of our Watson teams, even though Watson not as high a pick as the likes of Catalyst, the likes of Bangalore. It has been very important on those teams who have been able to find success, what Watson can achieve.
TSM trying to hold down the Vault Tunnel at the moment. A little bit of pressure coming through, and it's going to be Optic Gaming, the green wall, who are stepping towards them. Speaking of walls, there's a cat wall for you. Drops thinking about peeking, but for now,
I just thought about this. What if the catwall could have a curve? Like in Valorant, there is a character that has the same wall, but he can make a curve. That will be
I
awesome
think World's Edge is going to be a real test
and
for
more
Optic Gaming.
helpful.
They've had a lot of success over on Storm Point, but they just need to be picking
Yo,
up
just
good
say,
average points
I think
total.
Black-handed.
Just checking in again on NBY1,
I really like
seeing
them.
if anyone's going to be walking into this ambush. As Sweet's just gone down in the kill feed as well. NRG having a scrap.
Dude, Watson is underrated right now. The fences are OP. There are too many and the cooldown is pretty low on them. You can just spam fences and win the fight. Ooh, nice damage from Hal, but not enough. No! Come on, Ver. Come on, Evan. Biggie. Do it. Punch him. Oh, nice.
But that's not the end of this fight.
Oh. Who was that? Who was that? FaZe?
Does not end this engagement. Optic Gaming
I think that was
suddenly getting
FaZe, right?
involved. It's Moist who are holding the high ground as well.
Yeah, funny.
I think FaZe might be in this area as well. MT trying to move in, clean up the scraps, couple of thermites, but no skin being singed right now.
Look at the intensity as well from MT in the call-outs, as he knows those incense could have done a lot of damage, but they're also well aware there's maybe too many players, too many teams over towards those silos, and retreating to the donut building is intelligent play right now. So it looks like FaZe get the chance to reset, Optic will back off, everyone says job is done, TSM eliminated, we can start to think about now getting into a more comfortable position for this end game.
Moist should be controlling Overlook for the majority.
Yeah, he is so mad. Dude, but the thing with TSM is everybody is targeting them.
FaZe are going to be in
Everybody.
a fantastic position with those silos
Like,
on their side and the height that they can control to
TSM
maybe think about
is
at least
target
a top
number 1.
5 finish. Elsewhere, just outside of Overlook or just to the north. of
So,
where we previously
so
were.
it would have
Start
been
off like
Dark
esports,
Zero,
and
but
what
they
a
didn't qualify,
story this
unfortunately.
is, Dan. The first
But
team
yeah,
from
they
the
are
region
the
to
known
make the grand
winners
finals.
and people focus them.
And they did it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I think at Split 2 playoffs, we're kind of asking that question of what does this region have to offer after not seeing them get into grand finals? What's the future of this region look like? Are we going to get genuine competitors? And we do start a fight, demonstrating that they can hang with the biggest and the best teams in the world. Now, Element 6, fan favorites.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, have shown what they are made of in every single matchup they played so far. In that elimination game that we saw them yesterday, they were so confident in every engagement that came across them.
And the young man on your screen right now, Tyler FPS.
Wow.
Previous 2 lands, heartbreak for him. Didn't even make it out of groups, and now he's in the grand finals with a chance to win it all. And speaking of stories, my word, the 3 guys on your screen right now, Oxygen Esports. A meteoric rise through the ranks in the Apex Legends Global Series. The only thing that's missing, Dan, maybe a trophy.
They've reached the top 10 76% of the time, have Oxygen on World's Edge. They are
Yeah,
one of
me
the
too.
better
I root for
performing World's Edge
Dojo too.
teams we have in this lobby.
I root for
And their conversion
TSM,
rate is
Alliance,
very successful.
Dojo,
As you can see, the
Blackhand.
Pioneers back up to a full 3. They were down and looked like they were out, but never count the
Dude,
Pioneers
such a
out, I
shame
tell you.
that
What a fight
Fnatic
this could
didn't
be.
qualify.
Dojo taking
Such
on
a shame.
Oxygen. Black Hole going to force enemy to just retreat for a second. It looks like the Dojo might be trying to bait out some of the abilities and survive to fight with just those guns up. Designful did throw his in as well, and look at this fight going down now. This is the one we were watching just a few moments ago. Starter Fight Esports eliminated. Element 6 will win this battle of North Overlook, but can they get the reset?
Reset should be able to come through. You can see Rolling Thunder is coming down and arriving just to try and get any sort of extra damage to allow any teams to push up. But E6, they will hold strong and they're gonna be okay. No one is gonna be pressing up on them. Now, zone-wise, E6 are still gonna have to move to the southern side here. This is going back down towards the Vault Tunnel where TSM were earlier, where Optic Gaming currently hold presence. As for FaZe, they should be okay there where they are.
Yeah,
They're gonna have
E6.
to move as well.
Yeah,
Polrex,
for real.
White also gonna have to move eventually. But this is great news for all those teams arriving from the southern side, like Oxygen, like Ironblood Gaming. If you can fight your way in, you're gonna be in one of the better spots.
Tough thing though for those teams on the west side, it's an uphill battle, right? You're gonna have the likes of Optic, FaZe, Moist, MDY White, whoever is on the Overlook side of the map will be able to easily fire down and usually try and work your way up that hill with such little cover. But NRG down to a 1. Nathan on his own, but let's take ourselves
Yeah,
back to
I don't know
yesterday.
what's up with them.
Nathan was
They
a solo
played
and NRG
really
managed to get
bad.
back into the game late.
But the day
NRG
before, they
has
actually played
constantly been
well.
that question of, are they still a team that can compete for a championship? It was all the talk about TSM versus Sweet. Hal versus Sweet, what can he do as an IGL? And I think yesterday we really saw NRG coming to their own. They look like the NRG of old. If they can match that same kind of pace that we saw in the elimination bracket, there's no reason why NRG can't be up there on match point and competing for this championship.
Well, here's Dreamfire. What a performance it's been from these three young men. Huge support in the crowd as well. Sandwich gets a couple of shots down with that Hemlock. Now we're starting to see the teams be forced together by that zone. Still a lot of teams on the outside of where that zone is going to be closing pretty soon. For now,
I don't think Dreamfire will
trying to kind of pick
perform.
their targets, trying to
I don't
work their
know.
way in.
They
will be
look
safe for the next
kind
zone.
of scared,
But
not
Alan 6
confident.
are the team who are holding them for now.
Dreamfire averaging about 7.8 points per game on World's Edge, which is one of the top 3 in the lobby.
I don't know, man. I saw a lot of
They haven't
people, a
been able to
lot of
convert it into
IGLs
victories, but that's
saying
okay.
that
You can have maps where you're better
if
at
you are
scoring
not
points,
confident
and
in
then have the maps where
yourself,
you're better at getting
you are
wins,
not gonna
because we're
win.
be changing maps every single 2. You just need to make
Black
sure you're
Hand
getting up there,
IGL
getting closer to
said
that
the
match
same
point
thing.
threshold, which, as a
If they
reminder,
are
in
not
case you are
confident,
just
they
tuning
cannot
in,
win.
50 points is where these teams
If you are not
need to get
confident, you
before
are
they
gonna
have the
choke
opportunity to win this
and
tournament.
lose.
And they'll need a victory.
Basically.
Now, Ascent suddenly getting forced into an engagement
Yeah,
with Black Hand.
CDTSM is
Black
out.
Hand have a prowler, and trust me,
One
they've
of
got
the first teams to go out.
extremely strong players
this
as well.
game.
Ironblood Gaming will be our 15th team to be eliminated, or 5th team I should say. That Prowler's doing damage, but not enough. They're trapped at the moment underneath this building, but the knockdown shield.
Come on.
The knockdown shield
The confidence. Yeah.
is too much for Ascent to deal with.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Dude, if he managed to win.
Is not going to be able
Oh,
to
to
do
the
it.
back.
Into the zone
Nice.
you go. A quick syringe to try and
Has he
survive.
timed it?
Times it correctly.
Oh,
Just about manages to stay alive, and Black Hand,
oh,
unfortunately,
dude,
this
that
time around,
was insane.
syringe just takes too long to distribute
Whoa.
those meds. They will fall here. As we see the zone force these fights. Enter Force 36 now. 43 seconds till they have to leave No Name and
That
move
was
to
insane.
the east.
What did I just see on my screen, by the way? I feel a little bit sick. Enter Force 36. Now they're in the graveyard of death boxes over towards No Name. And a few teams have fallen early here because this is a rough circle to try and rotate into now. You were talking about it, fighting uphill for a lot of these squads. Oxygen are going to be one of these teams who holds the height over the teams that are arriving late. Now, Oxygen, we've mentioned it already in this tournament, the rise from the arena players to now one of the best teams in the world. And they have been one of the best World Edge teams as well. They match the likes of TSM and NRG in victories on this map. And their top 10 percentage is 76%. They find themselves in the top 10, and they're very close to achieving that again here in match number 1.
Well, a lot of congestion starting to happen, as you would imagine at this stage. Dreamfire trying to hold down the zip line from the bottom of the tunnel below them. But they will have to keep moving forward. As you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, the zone is going to force them to take some of these fights. At the moment, Dreamfire are looking for a third-party opportunity. If they get a little bit of damage down and they see a couple of blocks going down,
CDTSM is
that
dead.
will be
But if you
their
want
trigger
to
go
watch it,
forward,
go
try
in
and clean up that damage. The dojo at
Don't
the
play
moment
up
struggling to
extreme
stay alive,
and
trapped into
select
so
watch
many
in command
different
and
It was a
select
long journey
TSM
for
as a
Dojo,
team.
and it could be coming to an end here if they are not careful. Can they make that victory against Alliance worth it? As MDY White are also there, Oxygen getting involved, Dreamfire from a distance.
The zone just above them there. You can see Enter Force 36 couldn't get through Dreamfire. And Dreamfire survive as we go for the first time in our grand finals into our top 10. 8 squads now remaining as the
Those are
dojo
eliminated.
will fall.
But Optic now seeing all this from a distance. Remember, they were on the southern side. Oxygen
Oxygen
eliminated.
out.
Optic still holding strong, still making sure that they dominate and own this area. Because if they can continue to hold this southern side on set, they position themselves so well for the final circle.
And Optic have been here almost since day dot on this map. Really have control
Dreamfire
of the space so well.
is
They
not in a
saw
good
an
spot.
opportunity there to clean out that side of the match,
No.
but didn't quite see. There was multiple teams, and certainly Dreamfire, who was still alive as a full three.
Nathan,
Let me tell
the
you,
solo.
Nathan has the ability
Dude,
for
what
NRG
is
to
going
make
on
this
here?
a game to remember.
And whilst Overlook
FaZe still
looked
alive.
very cozy, very safe at one point, now it looks like an absolute death pit. Because when this circle closes, FaZe, Pulverix, E6 all have to move in to Moist Esports who are waiting. And by the way, Optic are not far away
FaZe
on
got
that
that
southern side.
good
Optic can
spot
definitely get
from the
involved.
beginning.
But
FaZe
Moist are
was the
down to
ones
just
that
the two. Moxie
killed
and Fussy
TSM
hiding
and
away,
got their
ratting
spot
away together,
on
playing
top of
sardines
the
right now.
silo.
But FaZe is still alive. FaZe still control this silo area that we talked
Yeah.
about right at the start of the game. But now they're going to be forced to make a play. Ponyhead on the horizon does have the ability to jump back up onto the top of the silos in front of him, but maybe he's thinking,
Ooh, he
it's time
missed
for some
everything,
KP.
almost everything.
The grab lift will take them up to that height, and FaZe on this next silo will be safe as well.
Yeah, this silo is perfect for them, and they've got eyes
Dude,
on
what
below.
is going on with
It looked
him?
like it was a comfortable position to hold, but Saku gets taken down. And now FaZe can just rain down hell from above here.
Pulverix eliminated in the meantime. The black hole might be absolutely golden here from Phonyhead if that Arcstar can connect, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. But Snipe Down still on top of that height, and also at a Prowler as now Dreamfire make their move.
Optic versus Dreamfire, a huge fight between two of our giants in this lobby. Dreamfire still a full and healthy 3. No!
No.
One gets taken down, Roy has fallen,
No,
and
no,
3
that
MC,
ain't
the
the
last
best
remaining
one,
player.
no way.
Can you do it sandwich
No.
for the team? It's Skittle Cakes versus 3MZ. Dreamfire will fall. NRG also fall as well, but force their way into great place.
Yo,
for points
FaZe winning?
as a solo.
I think FaZe winning,
Speaking
right?
of which, Fussy now
Yeah,
finds himself
FaZe
on his
is
own
winning this one.
as FaZe still
That's
command the
huge.
height.
FaZe only had 25% into the top 5 on World's Edge coming into these finals. FaZe still have that opportunity
Prowler,
to really put destiny in
30-30
their own
with the
hands,
Skull
get a victory
Piercer.
early on in this tournament to
He's
give them that
buffed.
belief. And do you know what they've done very
Oh,
well
nice
for this
smoke,
silo? They've
nice
not
smoke,
got carried
very
away.
nice
When they've
smoke.
had players below them, Black Hole goes down, grenades go down, you could drop knowing you can win that fight. But that is a risk because then it invites other teams' pressure.
One good thing for them as well is that E6
Oh.
aren't playing the horizon.
He has
Don't
best,
have
no
to worry
problem.
about a team grab lifting up on them. They can
Not a
just
biggie.
keep their eyes on them. Make sure that when they move, we're going to be still in position to put some shots down. Phonyhead on
Okay,
the horizon
starting
when
to
he
be a
drops as well
problem.
is so vital to getting that initial
Running
damage,
out
hitting
of
the floor
beds.
quickly with that passive,
Okay.
and being able to be guns up to do the initial damage for FaZe.
So as a 2, Moist can really influence this final circle.
I think FaZe is gonna
And now
die
here
right
comes
here.
the call for FaZe.
Here's the play from FaZe. They want to take down E6, and I mentioned that Snipe Down
And now
has a
they will get
Prowler.
third party. Yeah, the zone will pull. Yeah,
Huge damage coming out of Eric Rona.
yeah, Optic winning this one. Yeah, they're gonna take FaZe out now.
Start to move towards each other.
Optic Gaming versus
Oh,
FaZe Clan.
or?
This is esports or
Actually?
royalty going up against each other right now. But FaZe, they have
No,
to
Optic
try and
is better.
reset. Optic are far
think
healthier in
Optic
the
is
moment,
better
but
than
both
FaZe.
Dark Bells are down. 1, 3, 4!
Knocked with the damage.
Yeah.
Knocked with 2. Optic Gaming surely in this position must be able to win our first game of the grand finals. The form team coming into this week in Birmingham just have to deal with one more player. Drop goes in. Drop with the spray. Drop
Yeah.
with the win. And the
Nice
green
job,
ball
boys.
stands
Nice
tallest
job.
in our first game of the grand finals.
Yeah.
Such an excellently played final circle from Optic Gaming. From controlling
Nice.
the southern area just by the Vault Tunnel to then pushing in when they needed to, eliminating Moist when they needed to. As soon as they saw the fight happen between FaZe and E6, they knew that was their opportunity to then take a fight of their own. They would be isolated,
Dude,
they could win,
I think
they
that
could move
that game
on. They didn't take as much damage
had a good
against Moist as FaZe did against E6. 'cause of course
gave
it was pretty
Snipe
much
Down
two
a
on
lot
their
of
side.
confidence.
But then in that
He
final
was
circle, things can still get
he was
dicey.
happy.
It is all
I saw
down
him.
to the Catalyst player. When
He
those
was
Dark Bells are
proud.
down, peeking
They
through,
got top 2.
having the confidence to take those
Good
fights.
points.
And the damage
Good
output
points.
that we saw from Optic Gaming was glorious.
Okay, let's see.
Lighting up
So, Optic on first, of course, with 32 points. That's insane. 13 kills. Whoa. That's insane. Black Hand on second. Nice. 17 points. FaZe right behind them. Dreamfire, Dojo, E6, Moist, TSM on 10. Not so great. And Alliance on the list.
We know what a good fighting team Optic are. I mean, Skillcake, I will always give him his credit for what an impressive and incredible.
Oh, Black Hand started with 10 points. Okay, okay. Optic with 7.
You have 3 players who are more than happy to take a fight against multiple people.
And I think Noct is the player to focus on in these final moments. We always talk about on the catalyst.
Yeah, monster game. Monster game.
The responsibility you have on your shoulders to poke through.
Yo, Kenny, I think that too.
Exactly
honestly, I think that too.
To give them that player advantage. From then, it's a 1v2.
Dude, that will be so huge for Apex if Black Hand will win. 3 MNK players. The Apex community really needs that.
We throw this one away, but it was great positioning from the green wall to ensure they surrounded that final player and took the right angles. And with that victory, Optic Gaming put themselves already halfway to match.
Dude, look at Nock, how happy he is. Look how happy he is. I'm happy as well, seeing him like that.
That 25-point total, absolutely huge. FaZe though, what a game it was from them. And we're going to talk just for a moment about FaZe and Snipedown. He has the opportunity here in Birmingham to be one of such a select class of players.
Yo, let's check nice fit.
W.
Yo, what is that?
All right, well.
He's in pajamas?
Here we go, baby. Game 2 is going to be starting up. If you're an Optic
Oh
fan,
no.
you are happy. You are 18 points off that match point threshold. So let's say that Optic scores 18
Wig
points.
lost his voice.
Any game they win after that, GG's for the tournament. They might be able to end this shit in 3 games. Who knows?
Just a reminder of our personal picks, chat. I had Optic and NRG as my 2 potential champions.
He lost his voice.
And then who did you have?
I had Blackhand and LG.
Blackhand, LG. Okay.
Blackhand's still in second though. 7-point game's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, chat. That's where the winners bracket comes into play. Is it does give you that leeway, right? You know that it takes top 10 teams to make it to the finals.
He's
but
trying
getting
to eat,
first place, netting you an extra 10 points,
trying to
gives
eat
you that leeway
honey.
of having a bad game. And Blackhand, unfortunately, using it early, but they're still not out of it or anywhere.
Dude, he's not making.
That coat on my throat feels so good.
Bro, the honey shot is.
I'm doing that every game, every time before each set. Next land, 100%.
Dude, he doesn't do any exercises for the throat like before to warm up his voice, like things like that.
How do we put it on?
Is it a pin?
Like you know, stuff like that you did in a music class, you know.
No?
Not at all.
I don't really want to put this on right now.
Why? He wants us to do it. It's our boss. He runs the show, kid.
Second place still just behind them, but that gap's
Yo, hi, Inky.
even after 1 game. Here is a
Romeo,
ALGS MVP
my bet
vote
is
out
on
Monster
Black Hand.
Energy. If you want to vote now, use those hashtags you can see on your screen.
That's my guess.
Yeah, make sure you get those votes in so that we can crown the right champion in terms of an MVP winner. You can join. Maybe they can join the greats because we have had some of the best players in the world, of course, get that MVP at these tournaments.
Well, that's going to do it all. As you can see, the final hashtags of the players who are going to be nominated for your ALGS MVP. Time for us to jump into a break now here in Birmingham. When we get back, more World's Edge, more Apex Legends.
Dun, dun, dun. Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, dude, they came out of nowhere and killed everybody. They are insane. Yo, is Nicewig is Daltush streaming? Yo.
Oh.
He's streaming. How are the vibes?
Okay.
Are the vibes okay with Daltush?
Well, that's weak.
Yo, hi Adam. Yo, is Daltush okay? Is he drank? He drank his beer? Yeah, TSM was one of the first teams to go out that last game, and FaZe took their spot and got top 2. So
That
yeah,
is Nathan.
yo, what is going on with Daltush?
Give me one more.
Dude,
All right, chat. So change of plans. I can't watch. I can't watch too much more Apex.
why?
I'm not gonna lie. The start of show was a little bit earlier than I anticipated. So in 20 minutes, the countdown for the DraftKings stream begins, and I have to be in there.
What?
Which is tough, but it is what it is.
What is DraftKings?
Soon. I gotta set some stuff up.
Dude, Daltush could be one of the greatest streamers, but I don't know why he's so auto-destructive. Like I don't know, he makes he destroys his own vibe, you know. Like I don't know where.
Okay, let me set up this panel.
I don't know what to say, dude. Okay, the second game started. Let's see.
We saw with Alliance surprising Dojo
Yeah,
off the
it's a
rip
shame.
with a 50-50 in thermal, where Dojo was able to win, and it looks like we're going right back here.
Yeah, but he burned himself out. I mean, other people can do it. Why he can't?
See
You
how this
know?
plays out with Hockey's being the first to go down here. In fact, having to drop down, enemy with the purple Evo. Dojo had that slight health advantage before Designful meets Hockey's on the floor. But he's only got the Havoc and limited ammunition here.
Exactly. No turbo on it either. You know, you got to
Está ahí, no,
wind
vamos
up.
a ver.
Goes in with the slide down. That first spray was pretty good. Now with effect gone. Looks like this one.
Dojo not winning this contest? Oh,
2 in a row.
yeah, he does.
They gave up that POI, and now we're getting to see KCP.
Dude, a lot of
Other
contest
50-50 that we saw happen
is
between
going on
KCP and
in the
I believe it
finals.
was realized
I
that
didn't
KCP
expect
did come
this.
out on top of this one, but now with Zane being the last one alive, let's see if that's going to be the same case.
Harvester, it's been such a point of contention for many, many teams here. And once again, we're seeing players fight
Okay.
over
Okay.
this key central rotational POI.
Dude, I saw a graphic and realized almost
Right, we got the same results
had
after we
almost
had
the
seen from
less
game
damage
one.
and
Sure, you can try this out now when it's early in
at
the
least
lobby.
kills
This is
from
match
every
point
team
format.
in this
All right,
championship.
Nasky. All right, Nasky.
And they qualified in winners bracket.
It's all about the
What?
mind game. Sometimes
Like,
I'm gonna tell all the IGLs something different.
I don't know, I just
So
saw a
maybe they
graphic these
think
days.
that we're gonna go for one thing when in reality we're going for
And
another.
realize
You can see
was
he's
right
exerting
there
that confidence.
besides
When we take
Kick.
a look at our other teams and where the
They
circle's
had
gonna
in
be
average
going
less than 1
side.
kill and less than 1k
So it
damage.
doesn't quite clip the
But
top
they
of
qualified
the map. That makes
for
me think
winners
it could be
bracket.
going a little more maybe to survey
And
camp,
Dark Zero was
potentially
way
even
out, like
Wow, but, you know, maybe we can end
top
down
teams.
here, the
I think it
training
was,
station down
I think
here
it
where
had like the
Blackhand
most kills and
is
most
a
damage,
name that's really
or
been
Blackhand,
on
I don't know,
everyone's
something like that.
lips. And, I mean, going into this series, you know, they had so many of the top stats in their favor.
Yeah, yeah, I do agree, yeah.
Now,
Right.
also coming down from countdown.
I mean, you can love your job or you can hate it.
Straight into the vault. Oh, disrupt
It
around
kind
Zipp.
of
Who
depends
knows,
on
maybe
how you
Trifana,
look at things,
for an
you know.
alternator and, well, has the option, yeah.
Things, a few things before they rotate away, exiting out of that vault with amazing loot. Taking a look at E6, who had amazing starting performance.
It's kind of a shame. He had a lot of
We have
potential.
a lot of E6 fans in the crowd.
The chant goes out.
What the crowd said?
Being here live, being able to see our players compete in the big stage here, setting the scene with the fans to give them their support.
I can
We saw
figure
when
it
the
out
circle was
what
pulling
they
over
are
to that
saying.
north side. It could be pulling a little bit by survey. We have to see. Teams like Black Hand, though, have already gotten ahead of the curve, have already placed themselves on the north side of those tracks instead of the tunnel, so that way in case it does pull over to survey, they have a better rotation, and if it does pull towards Skyhook, they don't have to funnel their way outside of the buildings of survey, where we currently see on the outskirts over by Epi, it's going to be Moist.
Yeah, Moist very often like to set up in the buildings in survey, and obviously with that rotation over from Overlook, usually it's not that hard for them to get a spot, but this is a LAN finals lobby. Everything is harder here.
EMP going out. Trying to reset around the other side of the rock, but we also see FaZe already taking control over those buildings, also having an amazing performance in that first game too, getting second place.
It did look like that building on the right, the one to the sort of northeast of Survey Camp, was free, at least from our POV there, but if Moist get they're too beleaguered on the way to there, it would be a huge blow to their chances in this game if they can't make it into this building. I mean, last time they were over at Overlook, they gave up the silos when, you know, you've seen so many times that they tried to sit in that position and then the zone has pulled away down towards Ghost Town, away from Overlook, and finally, you know, it comes a bit closer to home and they don't manage to capitalize on it.
Yeah, in a very similar case here with that positioning that we saw prior, they are waiting on the outside because FaZe is already taking control over that building. So many other teams too pulverized on the other side like we saw before that EMP rang out. Start a fight. The middle sniper tower here in Skyhook, having the high ground but still rocking double blue, one white. NRG on the other hand, double purple, gold in the hands of Sweet, and the nemesis that they were able to craft before they went for their rotation outside of staging.
I'm expecting a few of these early game lulls, Vicky. I mean, you know, we're getting the 2 contests, so that thins out the lobby a little bit just to start with. But it has been another LAN where we've seen a lot of the rotational teams, a lot of the teams who like to play zone, get in there early and find their spots. They've made it through to the finals lobby, so it does mean the end circles tend to be a little more chaotic. The start just takes a little while longer to ramp up.
I love the pacing of that first game. Just start off our finals lobby. High octane action from the start before things slightly slow down. Moist are in a very difficult spot, at least inside the truck. They have the Bangalore smoke, but look at where FaZe is still inside that northern building.
So is the building across there still open? That's my question, right? I mean, sometimes, you know, when you get the observer views, it doesn't bring up all the names.
Yo, he ended the stream.
Different.
Come on, man.
There's no seer in the meta anymore. You can't just make your way into this caravan, you know, pop the heartbeat sensor and be like, hey guys, the building's clear, let's go take it. You have to actually work that out. And maybe because the door was open there, maybe they saw someone run in and out of it at some point, but it seems like for some reason they're thinking that they can't go into that building right now, and it's so much better of a spot than the caravan they're currently in.
I mean, with most teams running Catalyst, you would expect maybe a reinforced doors there just to be an indicator to let other teams know that, hey, we've already secured this space. But I like how you bring up the point with the Seer. That's why we've been seeing the substitution for the Bloodhound instead over the course of the tournament. So we see teams like LG use an evac tower to already fly in. It looks like they were actually already engaging on a fight before. I saw Design was low earlier. He went for a reset. He also got a knock here. And talking about the Bloodhound, Nizul being on the Bloodhound as he pops the Beast of the Hunt.
And this is great, it'll give them the information. He can take the gravity lift right up behind the dojo here. You can see Timmy with the full kill there.
Yanya getting Designful right after he was able to reset just temporarily, but on the high ground, it's not an issue. I have the high ground now with the gravity lift. Yanya sending Dojo back to the lobby in 18th. LG securing some extra points on the board for them.
They did Dojo dirt.
Because if the 9 points coming into this
They
weren't
did
enough already, but look at that IBG straight back on the on the other side of them, and they've got them locked into the zone.
Ooh, IBG. Usually rotating through stacks on the other side here. They are backing away. I do like this call. If they were able to get any Evo Shield checks, they could see that they're already at a health disadvantage. So much more fighting now being done in the mouth of Cave, exiting out from the south side of Skyhook. It looks like it was Oxygen and Enter Force 36 who are just playing much more passively, backing away from a fight that had been engaged. Now Pioneers are shooting at them from Countdown. It's dirty shots. Literally make your eyes water. And that's also information for KCP to know that this squad that is flying through with the evac tower have double whites, 1 blue from ILY, and it looks like they may be opting to go for the crafter if they have some extra time, as KCP may actually be rotating from the north side. No Digi yet in the crafter, you can still find it on the floor, but if the rotation of the replicator does rotate out in the next hour or so, we may be able to see that move its way into this finals lobby.
And with Bangalore being, I believe, the most picked legend out of any legend so far in this tournament, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the pick goes up even more once that rotation happens. But yeah, as you say, at the moment, it is the extended heavy mag and the 2X in there. Now, the zone has actually shifted away from Survey Camp. As you can see, FaZe eventually took that building to the north, and Moist did make
where
their
is
way.
TSM?
FaZe were in there initially,
I didn't see them.
But all of these 4 squads, you know, they're not going to have access to zone knowledge at the moment. Eventually, they're going to probably have to make their way over either to Skyhook, or if it does pull down again, and go towards the train station.
What I think is beautiful about FaZe's position here is, Genome, you called up this building being free. FaZe also doesn't have, obviously, no Seer, no Bloodhound. They didn't have a scan character to get information to see if there's any team in there. Now, noting that there is space, they are able to take control over that building, which also has allowed Moist to get a better position inside the building right next to them that FaZe had just had been able to take over prior. Ascend, taking the skies with Ruka, still sticking to the Valkyrie with the Skyward Dive, just pinging the truck to see if they can take control over this, and it is free for right now, but playing on the outskirts, this is also a gamble for them to hold, seeing that they already have the circle information for where it's going to be pulling.
They do, with the crypto. Does that reach to the ring console that's all the way over to in Skyhook West there? Very possibly. The other thing, though, is they have the Watson, and in my opinion, in those caravans, they are so much more playable if you've got the Watson. I mean, it's a little bit of a death trap sometimes, but if you put the pylon down, all of a sudden the grenades that just flush you out like a pack of rats, it stops all of that. It's just so much stronger.
I mean, it works when you're in the late game and Reps is out here with the Fusey and trying to cycle you out, but I love how you noted the Watson. That's how they were able to get the scan on that beacon originally, since they were able to rotate around there and be able to secure that building while also using the crypto drone to, if they do have a survey beacon, get information on where the other teams are in the area.
There's only a couple of teams playing Watson at this tournament, but it's actually the highest win rate or the highest average placement pick out of any legend so far, because the couple of teams that have been playing it, Blackhand, Ascend, have been doing so fantastically. And I mean, we talk about them, they're 2 that have read this circle correctly. Look at this Blackhand with a tunnel position, which will be really great until late game, and Ascend sitting there in the caravan.
I've seen the circle a few times, Genome, and I like how you made the mention about the Watson too, because that was also a swap where we saw from NRG in yesterday's lobby, where they were able to secure Nathan being on that Watson and then being able to play for more late game.
Big change.
But they did not just get late game and get the placement points, they also got the KP to add on top of it. TSM, we talked about the Fuse pick. We saw where they're located right now on that slight lip of a high ground, exiting out of Epi. They're not in that next circle, but just waiting to play by the edge, where they may actually meet up with Moist, who actually keep the building in Survey Camp after seeing that the circle has already shifted away. A lot of the teams in Survey that didn't get to predict where that circle was moving from one side of that mountain to another have now had to funnel out, and they may actually put into the line of sight of Blackhand. We also tune into Oxygen, who have not left from this spot, been kind of playing by the mouth of this tunnel. And there's 4 teams in this area between Oxygen, LGU is about to get sandwiched by IBG, and Dreamfire, who are going to circle keep these teams.
Yeah, so by the blue color you can see on that utility, that is of course LG's catwall, so they've had to use that a little bit reactively there with IBG coming in behind them. In the meantime, Oxygen have used that evac tower to get out ahead, and now LG are in a fantastic position. They were, you know, a little bit worried a second ago, but now you can see it's IBG full sending them.
Oh, Zicky moving in, but he gets beamed. They're trying to fight their way from inside the circle. Huge crash coming in as he sends up the Arc Star 2. They get the trade as Zicky's able to find Hawadis. Asia goes down right afterwards, and Moist Esports and your feet do get eliminated. They were fighting Oxygen before, and IBG is going to be meeting them right back in the lobby. But this is the fight that we were mentioning as Oxygen had flew over them prior. They were in some trouble. MDY White also cannot get to safety.
Still alive.
Are able to circle keep the teams that are funneling out from all the chaos that was happening by that southern Bolt side.
Oh my god, so much KP going the way of Dreamfire. The fans loving it.
They are farming.
Blaze up to 20 points already. And that's not it. I don't know if they're done just yet, because Optic Gaming are now on the other side of them here.
They were waiting. They were waiting patiently, try to engage, but it may actually end up biting them right back, because Optic now having to rotate away as we see the teams that are sharing the building over by Skyhook East. It's Enterforce 36
Finally,
and
TSM.
E6. TSM fighting on the rooftop of Survey. Look how many teams already cycled out of here because they wanted to get involved in the chaos. They heard the fighting happening here before, and Pulverex are running away as a solo.
TSM all the way on the side.
Favorite
here,
team?
Looks like Optic, I think, might have actually fallen to Dreamfire.
I have
at least
too
a couple
many
of the
teams.
Members. So Dreamfire, yeah, you can
TSM,
see 2 extra
Alliance,
KP
Dojo,
picked up
Blackhand.
there. Amazing work.
That
from
are
these
in
guys,
the
just
final.
Continuing to romp forward. As we saw over in Skyhook, there's a lot of teams clustered in one building. I believe it was KCP, Element 6 and
not so good,
E36 all in the same one. They'll be fine for one more circle.
Maybe he can play
Dreamfire,
for
I think they're
points.
just gonna
They
keep
need
roaming
50
and
points
keep,
after all.
you know, letting blood essentially with Oxygen right ahead of them.
Yeah, keep playing outside the circle. They are going to have to be moving now. The circle is closing in right behind them. They couldn't find the ret that was Optic Gaming. As they move forward, they note that Oxygen is also not a full squad. I believe it's just a duel left for this team if they weren't able to reset an NRG. Hugging the mouth of this tunnel. Setting up catwall for catwall on the other side. This may be shared with TSM looking to engage, exiting out of Survey. Hal gets taken out by Nathan, who has been going crazy in these lobbies so far, leading the overall kill leader in the overall days that we've had leading up to this final day.
The catwall's not enough to save TSM. I mean, they just get sandwiched here. Blackhand on the top, the Pulverex rat actually coming in from the back. Don't know how long F-Chan's going to be able to stay alive. Does actually get involved, but unfortunately gets caught in the crossfire. Now it really comes down to Blackhand and NRG.
Wanted to steal that one real quick. More for F-Chan though, and Blackhand engaging on this fight versus NRG, who were able to reset rather quickly. Sweet hasn't popped the shields up just yet because they got the crack over
pushing.
Blackhand, and it looks like squad after squad they fall. As
Oh, Nathan!
Crazy with the flag
That was Blackhand.
Kill leader now in this one game alone. TSM
Ooh,
Blackhand
dude.
fall at the hands of NRG.
It's a massive fight to win there in the tunnel.
Dude,
but as we look
Nathan.
towards the circle, it's Dreamfire who struggles. You can see they've made it up to the top here. At this point in the game, usually it's an okay spot to play. I wonder what's been, you know, really giving them trouble here. Was it the fuse? Is someone just locking them down with knuckle clusters?
Oxygen. They were able to rotate here as a duo. Now
Speed
one
love here,
alive,
what
but
I do for
underneath,
living?
Dreamfire who are also in trouble.
This.
The Sand have not moved from the truck that they positioned themselves from the very beginning when we saw them make that call. A team that is always so consistent in calling out these end circles and putting themselves in the best spot. Enter Force 36 though will have to move shortly, because you can see the circle will be pulling to their nose and they're already engaging in the feed. A fight with Energy actually shooting Dreamfire and Oxygen in the distance.
Okay, circle closing in now, 40 seconds left. All three teams in this building need to work their way out. What is the exit strategy? How do they make their way up? They've got a bit of a cliff ahead of them. It looks like we actually did get the reset there by Dreamfire. So patience pays off for them, but now NRG right on top of them doesn't work out.
Yo, Pioneers win.
Themselves real quick. Open up the Red Sea as the double catwalk comes in. Enter Force 36 playing for their lives with only Blue Evil Shields playing on the edge. KCP is over to their right, and Dreamfighter are still fighting for their lives on this sniper tower. The 1-2 Scooby-Doo and the Bangalore Cold Steel.
Oh no,
You can call her cold-blooded. Now she's gonna be able to reset on the high ground through MC.
Perfectly. Sorry guys.
Enter Force 36, aimbot goes down.
Dude, the
And
zone
they meet themselves in 6th place
stopped
in this lobby.
perfectly for that guy.
KCP still fighting for their lives. Can they get the reset? If they can get this res, Nasky.
Look at Nasky, how calm it is.
He was feeling
He's
himself
so
before.
confident.
A little mini pop-off. We saw them win the 50-50 earlier on in this game like we saw in the last game. Now, meanwhile, look at all
Yo,
this chaos
Dreamfire
playing out underneath their feet.
managed to reset almost.
Stressed, honestly, at this point, Nasky is actually looking fresh. He's looking happy with their position, and as you said, you know, they've walked into each game with a straight
nice.
up 3 KP. No
Dreamfire,
problem.
good spot.
Dreamfire get the reset again. Are you kidding me? Doesn't matter what you throw at them up on the tower here, they just keep coming back from the dead.
Literally zombies right here. They just do not stop.
What was that?
Shimmy shade in the air before Tap strafing behind some cover, and the EMP now coming in from Kashero.
Yeah, the problem is, though, they are right on the edge of the circle. They will have to drop down immediately. You can see they waste no
Pioneers,
time doing
one
that.
of the Pioneers
and try
went
and use
down.
some smoke to cover,
I
but
think it's
Ascend
Zane.
have them on lock.
Said trying to ride the momentum. Gets the cracker reaches before, but misses some of those flatline shots, having to back away as post skill was incredibly low. Doesn't want to overextend when they're low
nice.
too, but gets the crack. Here comes the follow-up from him, and having to look to their backs. E6 get eliminated, but at what cost? Sets up the Watts and pallet fences, and
Dreamfire win.
after
Dreamfire
resetting,
win.
Not once, not twice, not even 3 times, are going to be able to move in to try to take this game against Ascend.
Yeah, that would start a fight to Ascend, actually, off the back of that.
Come on, guys, you got it.
Duo, and I don't think there's
You
any
so
way
got it.
that they can come out on top. Your Chinese team, Dreamfire, moving up into 1st place already. Can they get the win to cap it
Nice,
off?
He's got the brother, he's got the high ground, and
nice.
Dreamfire
Dude,
are
he
your
moved the
game 2
camera.
winners. The crowd goes crazy. The shines of red
Dreamfire,
lighting up
yeah.
the crowd.
Good job, boys. Good job. Good job. So many fans.
There he is on the desk, the IGL.
Everybody is going on
One
the
of
disc right now.
hardest players to kill in this entire lobby. Has a KD of 1.91 working into this. You need to throw 2 pro players, 2 of the best players in the world at this man every game to even take him down.
Look at the pop-up.
Look at the pants.
He's
Dude, they are so funny.
style. I mean,
They're waiting for
They're
the
so
checkered flag
funny.
already, Vicky.
Where is
got
my
the
money,
memo.
bitch? Give them their
come
money.
here.
Give them their
Looking
money.
snazzy for finals day. But can we talk about what an intense
43
game that was for them?
points.
By the way, they must have
Nice.
profited off of like over 15 KP. They were fighting team after team that was fighting
Dude,
for the
they are
high
so
ground
happy.
spot. We saw Energy make their way over there. We saw Oxygen playing for their lives on the low ground.
Mouse and key.
50 KP with 4.5k damage on top of the dub. Are you kidding me?
Dude.
7 for their Horizon player, Peter there. 5 for Royi, the man who has been trying to hold them up at land for the longest time.
They are still going.
There he is, the one who's finally getting a bit more of the limelight here at the championship, Vicky. It's 3MZ.
Gino, let's also not forget that they started off the day with 8 points. They advanced match starting points, and now they've secured double-digit KP. They got 1st place. They were able to hold this final position in this final circle as we take a look.
Dude, yeah, we see a lot of MK players
They
performing.
performing
really
shuffling
well.
the teams around them. The Bangalore ult goes down first just to make sure this team cannot hold the high ground.
Controller
in front of
overrated.
them. As you can see, that's already worked in securing this position on the low ground.
And even without the Digi here for Rory, able to take the gravity lift, already taking care of so many teams, feeling that momentum, and also able to time this fight. After we saw Ascend take care of E6 at the very end, Startify had taken that fight also earlier on. After KCP get eliminated, they couldn't get the full reset, so Dreamfire were able to sandwich around Ascend in this final circle from one angle to another, and it's the split position that they were able to hug shoulder to shoulder that also allowed them to not overextend too. Gets to the high ground, prioritize their positioning to have that slight advantage, and come on, yeah, Pita with the Prowler in his hand, you know the damage is gonna be laid down.
Yeah, it was
Be right back,
once
boys.
that Bang ult went down, the rest of the lobby was kind of forced into a corner. And from there, you know, Ascend were forced to start a fight in front of them. They were all, you know, just pushed all the way to the opposite side of the circle. It made it so easy for Dreamfire at that point to come out with not only the 12 points for winning the game, but the 15 kills on top of it. I mean, they already had a good amount to start with, Vicky. This means Dreamfire are already on game 2, edging close to match points.
After just 2 games alone? Are you kidding me? In a lobby like this, Genome? That's crazy. This probably sets them up for like, what, 43 points in total if we combine what they got for KP, 15 kills as you see on your screens, the dub on top of that. Again, the match points that they already started with being 8 points going into this day. This is the best position you could be if you are Dreamfire and you're as consistent as they are when it comes to taking games.
So unreal. I mean, Dreamfire have done it before, right? We've seen them take out big titles in APAC South, but when it comes to the LAN, you know, they have had to play with those subs in previous ones. We saw a lot of the players coming over, Bolin, you know, Jackie, QQ, you know, really helping them out in times of need. But now that they've finally got everyone together and they've also got that synergy coming back in, not only because they've been playing together for such a long time, but finally at LAN as well, you know, they've shown up. They've shown up like they've never shown up before. And I honestly think the fans and the people from our region who've been watching them for the longest time have believed in them. So it's so fantastic to see that they're now believing in themselves.
It's lovely. It's lovely talking about how that also allows them to get into this more confident mindset. We talk about these individual players and what they provide to these teams and to the community in general. Well, guys, exiting out of game 2 and talking about something that we've been talking about for months now, I'm so happy to announce our Positive Player Award. We have the results. Let's throw it to it.
Who's excited?
Ready and excited. Oh, it's showtime.
Let's cause a kerfuffle, shall we? No one gets left behind.
Nice, good stuff, boys. Nice. Red, 3. One dead. Nice. Nice. Good job on that team. GG's, that's a banger game.
Not bad shoot, kiddo.
Let's go. We're a team. We look out for each other. Guess we don't make such a bad team after all.
Well, on behalf of everyone in the Apex Legends
What
community,
is this?
thank you for everything you do to make it a positive place to play. You are the winner of EA's Positive Player Award. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank
What
you.
is this?
I feel honored to have been given this award. I really appreciate that you guys see me as a positive player.
What do you want to say to players everywhere about staying positive?
Respect your teammates. Don't trash talk if you don't have to. Try and stay positive.
If you don't have
anything
to.
good to say, don't say it.
Thank you again, and we'll see you in ALGS Year 4.
Thank you guys.
I mean, because he has a positive attitude, or
Nice, good stuff. Let's get it, baby.
he plays with inclusiveness. What? How do you play with inclusiveness?
Congratulations to Biggie!
Yo.
Our host, getting the Positive Player Award, a staple in the competitive Apex Legends community. He deserves
He's crying.
this. He is one of the most wholesome people I have been able to meet in this community, and he brings that out in his own gameplay, in his own team play. And I feel like he's such a big influence when it comes to seeing the young crowd that wants to get involved in Apex, what they should do, and who they should look up to when it comes to being a positive player themselves in-game.
And if you've seen some of the content that TSM has actually put out around Verhulst, I think you'll understand why as well, Vicky, because he's the kind of guy who's striving to always be, a better person, not just a better player. And I'm so happy, that he grabbed that, because he really does exemplify that in the Apex Legends esports community. All right, now we've got to wrap the over to the map rotation, and guess what? We're heading over to.
We just watch around here, baby. Don't sleep on my R9 though. Sheesh. And my Volt, pound cake.
Yo, Daltush still didn't came back.
Sheesh.
He's gone.
I was gonna pound cake you, but you held my hands. I couldn't move.
That's why I did that. That's why I did that. I want you to pound cake me, bro. It hurts.
Dreamfire having an insane game for game number 2. Now for Stormpoint, game 3, we get to see these teams that have more of that consistency, their team composition that works better into their gameplay as we move over to Stormpoint.
So what's going to change over here at Stormpoint? Well, the legend picks, for one, will be changing a little bit. I mean, you tend to see more Bangalore over on Stormpoint. We saw a couple of Fuse picks. I think there were 2 or 3 in the last lobby over in World's Edge. That doesn't necessarily make its way over. It'll be interesting to see TSM. Do they opt to go for that? No, they're going Bangcat Horizon. I think Element 6 was the other team who was picking up the Fuse, and they seem to also have opted away from that for Stormpoint.
Also looks safe for NRG. I saw Nathan being on that Bangalore.
Dude, what are they saying?
Here in the arena. All right, guys, let's not waste any more time. Match number 3, our first match onto Stormpoint for our finals day. Let's get started. All right, with a new map now, Gino, we all also are going to be having different POIs, different 50-50s. And if I'm not incorrect here, we may be seeing a 50-50.
I'm curious if Alliance continues to contest Dojo. Oh, the map change.
In game
I guess
number
not.
1 on World's Edge between Alliance and Dojo.
Ooh, okay, we've even got, Blackhand have changed up from what we thought they might be going for, not going for the contest immediately. But as you say, we're definitely having one over at the mill. Stormpoint, World's Edge, doesn't matter. These two teams are going to be going up against each other all day long.
Pioneer versus what?
From Blackhand too. We also had noted, in behind the scenes, they were trying to fight for a POI originally, but here's that 50-50 off the rip to get those bins with the better armor.
Exactly. You see Dreamfire landing on the better side. They pick up the purples. That's a big advantage. Not only that, we do see the knocks.
Are they going to be able to get a full reset here? They're just trying to get into position. Coming in from the skies on the gravity lift, but also has a knockdown right in front of him to play off of from a slight lip.
But Optic are here! They didn't land it down base. Optic!
What? Optic?
The rogue
what is
element
Optic doing here?
Immediately third party this, and I'm not sure either team expected it.
I'm sure their invite to the party was lost in the mail somehow, but don't worry, they will not miss it for the world. Skidokay getting involved here too. He's got the Devo in his hand, and you could already see Zane running away, understanding, all right, this is not what we were expecting here. We're just gonna have to go for a reset, cut our losses, but the same thing could be said about Dreamfire. I believe we saw Rory up in the distance here that maybe was able to get away. But that's going to be so important because that's something to note going into game number 2, going into the second game on Stormpoint for Optic Gaming to take advantage of. It's all about the mind games before you dive into the lobby.
Well, Pioneers lost 1. It looks like Dreamfire lost 2. So they actually come out worse off, even though right to start with they were doing better in the contest. Dojo and TSM have already run into each other at wall.
Dojo had gotten the advantage off the rip already. They had taken one out from TSM. Now they take Verhulst next. There's only one left from TSM. But Dojo taking this fight over by wall and eliminating TSM as the first team to go in the lobby for Dreamfire. Gets found out too.
The rest of the lobby breathed a sigh of relief there, Vicky. Dreamfire were on 43 points. It wasn't a big stretch that they would get to match point after our first game on Storm Point here. So maybe that was one of the reasons why Optic decided to drop on them.
That is probably exactly the reason,
just
because
realized,
think about it, if Dreamfire does come out on top from that 50-50, that's even more points going in their favor if they eliminate KCP from this lobby. So good game plan here by Optic Gaming. KCP is still alive for right now, and this may be where the circle is going to be pulling us towards Launchpad.
100%. I am reading this as a Launchpad circle. As you can see here, circle's touching, very much expecting it to keep pulling towards Launchpad, and at that point, FaZe, who land there, they agree with this, right? They do have the ring console, they got that information, looted up very quickly, and then they took up the position on the catwalk. That is exactly where you want to be. It's a very hard, place to siege. The only problem is you need to eventually, go on a little hunter-gatherer party and find some loot, because you're sitting up there, you do want to do some damage, and it's not the safest spot necessarily. You can take, there's quite a few angles that people will get on you. So you want to stay up there for quite a while, but it'll be interesting to see if anyone, maybe pops an evac tower and lands on and tries to take out FaZe that way.
At least for FaZe's point and their team composition, like most of the teams that we've seen thus far in this lobby, they are running the Horizon, Catalyst, and Bangalore, so they will be able to at least reinforce the door up above on the high ground here and also overlook some of the action happening here. Or it could be a team that could land on them, but it could be incredibly risky with how many squads have already infiltrated Launchpad, such as Start a Fight Esports, playing off this low ground and playing to the strength of their own team comp. One of the teams running the Watson.
Okay, other teams flying in now. A lot of congestion happening around Launchpad. A couple of teams, Optic Gaming actually, they all went back to loot down Beast, by the way, after messing up everyone over at the mill. So they're probably going to be late to the party, but as you can see, NRG are trying to work out what the best spot for them to play at Launchpad is.
Oh, it looks like the Reds have come out from KCP, and IBG says, all right, 3 points coming in from the sky. We'll absolutely take those, and now they're going to be able to rotate away after finding Sir Del. Unfortunately, now KCP, at least still alive, trying to run as a solo once again through Cenote Caves, while IBG have the Beast of the Hunt activated. Looks right through the smoke. Nasky is the next to go out. Literally had gotten respawn and then try to rotate as quickly as possible, but this just benefits IBG in this case, considering that they land to the northeast side of the armory, where close to that Moby respawn is, close to that north side of Cenote Cave.
Obviously, Zane, no chance to go back and get those banners, at least I don't think so. No support characters, you're seeing very, very few of those. MDY White, I believe, are the only team in the lobby right now that if they didn't collect the banners would be able to go and craft. And the only support character we are seeing in this final lobbies is the Gibraltar for LD.
It's always so interesting to see the different comps come out and how it could also influence match point, because that's something other teams can note. If teams like MDY White end up coming out top, but look at this position that we're seeing right here. All right, Black Hand.
Yep, Black Hand, they're running it out, hoping that someone's going to rotate through and think about Jurassic Park as one of the entryways, but I can tell you at the moment, they're going to be waiting a while. There's not really anyone near them. Force 36, Optic, Dojo, and IBG all just actually getting into the circle right now, so they're probably more likely to fight with each other before they are to get through Black Hand.
GT Apex Legends, who are just going to roll out with the Trident so that way they can get into safety of where that circle is going to be pulling eventually. Ooh, there's going to be some information that Optic could profit off of, though, at least. Force 36 with the blood on are going to scan that survey beacon to see where the teams are located in the map overall. They'll also have information that all the teams are already congested up all the way by Launchpad. So depending on how they want to take that rotate, they could go to the north side, maybe try to rotate around and approach from the north side of the high ground into Launchpad if they want to wrap around, maybe take a little bit of circle damage, or let Optic Gaming know that we are here, we have the high ground, so forcing them to maybe rotate all the way around, as you can see right here in the map.
Alliance just coming in from the north side right now. Looks like they'll actually be able to sneak in around the edge of the circle maybe even get one of those back buildings. Or one of the ones just above.
Oh, Ascend gets taken out by Pulverex's hands. Taking this fight on that slight low ground in that no-name spot. When it comes to the circle where it pulls over to the west side, there's usually a survey beacon up to their north where they can scan to see how many teams are in this area right now. But Pulverex aren't, they could do it with the crypto, but aren't around all those teams, so they could take that fight safely for right now. They could reset, maybe try to see how they want to approach here, seeing all the fighting that's already been going down in Launchpad. And more teams are also taking their time to rotate into that next circle, such as Optic Gaming, like we've seen, take their time to loot over by Down Beast, then go all the way down south from Checkpoint, as well as enter Force 36 and Blackhand.
Alliance. No points as of yet, obviously coming through from the elimination bracket. They don't start with any. And after losing 2 contests to the
nothing
Dojo,
happened.
they haven't gained any either. So really on Storm Point here, where they do get their Lightning Rod all to themselves. They know how to play this spot very well, just as they do Thermal, not that they've had a chance to do it yet. So really, I think Storm Point is where Alliance have to succeed today.
We also saw in the feed, LG Chivas unfortunately go out at the hands of...
Dude, absolutely nothing happened.
I think it's going to be a Blackhand Dojo fight. That's going to be 2 controller players versus 3 mouse and keyboard. Just an FYI. Oh my God, Josh, you were the man. I love you so much.
Thank you so much, dude.
What a code. Holy fuck me. I think KCP is still alive fully, yes. Not fully. No, they're dead. Is KCP full dead? I think they are, correct?
Dude, Nice Wig voice is absolutely destroyed.
Fantastic spot to use that evacuation tower, that survival item, because you get extra height and you can rotate extremely far from this spot.
That's a good point, especially when you call in that evac tower. See if they can do that here.
There you go.
Yeah.
Enemy's got it.
All right. They're going to be able to cross a lot of distance with this move. As they should. I mean, there are healing outside that circle for right now, as it is closing in right behind them, and Blackhand.
Yeah, so Blackhand's given up the riding spot over at Jurassic. Still looking to play edge, though. You can see they're not really heading towards the circle to try and find a spot at all. They know pretty much everything's going to be taken at this point. They need another game plan and looking for a fight. Well, that's what they're going for. Evacuation tower has just been dropped for the Dojo, and here we go. We get to see where they head out towards. They're actually going to go directly over the top of Blackhand, so Blackhand definitely have this information. You can see them just below there.
Dude,
I'm
this
just a
is
little
the
worried here,
longest
taking
game I've
this
seen.
evac tower, letting other teams below you know where you may be landing. We just tuned into Alliance. They're waiting for Dojo. Let's tune into a listen in with Alliance to see what they're going to do after seeing Dojo fly right through the rock side presented by WD Black.
I have hammer. Someone landed. Someone else landed. On me. Yeah, on me, looping. Okay.
I'm shooting. Come on. Come back.
I'm trying to, bro. I'm getting goggles. Come back to us. I'm getting goggles from left. I'm trying to, bro. I'm jumping over the wall. One guy here.
Play outside. Pinch him. Play Yuki side.
Try and ping. I got stunned, I'm butting.
Just play slow and pinch him.
Yeah. I'm gonna pinch him right now.
Play towards Yuki.
Play towards me. Yeah, pull our backs against the wall, guys. Come.
Yes, put our backs towards zone and pinch them. I can't see anything.
I'm in a 6 spot. You good?
Just hold. I don't see them.
They'll be behind us for now. Nobody behind us. Go into this wall, goes down.
Another team flying, I think.
Yeah,
another team flying. Back up. Don't let it behind us.
Get him.
Let it behind us.
Yeah. Get him. They're flying down. Nice.
Yeah, they're fine. Just watch that.
Okay. Stay backs against the wall, boys.
Yes, we're a little bit pinched, so we gotta like pinch this team in front of us too.
They're flow away. Nobody behind us.
Okay, they're low ground on the other side.
I'm just shooting this side. On the bins. Move it. Look at the fight.
They're backing up on 50 on 80 on one.
18 red.
4 down another.
I'm coming. I'm fire. Wait for me. Crack one.
Nice. I'm taking far right angle again.
Almost got two.
Taking far right angle again.
Please stop.
Yes, I'm playing super slow. They're getting pinched. They get shot back. They're dying.
Yeah, they're dying. Ping. Where are they?
Over here. In smokes.
On my ping.
They're in smokes.
We have zone here, boys. Don't worry. I'm watching behind us.
Lovely comms here from Alliance. I also love the split attention here as they hold different positions. Meanwhile, in the feed, Moist have just been non-stop at contesting each and every one of the teams to try to fight for this building. It looks like Black Hand, unfortunately, were the victims. On the other side, you can see the death boxes at the feet of MT. But I love hearing those come from Alliance after we saw two teams take two different evac towers flying over their heads, which was Black Hand at that point and Dojo.
Yes, the Black Hand plan eventually doesn't pan out, as we saw there. Moist taking one of the really good spots in Launchpad until you can tell
Dude, what's
really
going on? Why is this game so boring?
Is going. That will always change up the game plan. But yeah, the building, the catwalk that FaZe are on, NRG we saw in the sewers underneath, another fantastic spot. You've also got Starter Fight and Element 6 hanging around, and then we go further afield, and we've got IBG and Pulverex. Pulverex directly on top of IBG.
Nothing happened this
right
game.
now. These guys are actually going to have fairly good access to the circle because it's
FaZe just eliminated Pioneers.
It's going to be to the left of the fingers of Launchpad, and therefore teams who have set up over here where Moist are at Launchpad, but also where Pulverex and IBG were, they're probably going to meet in the middle.
Optic Gaming made a great call out on where this circle was going to be pulling by the high ground rocks, exiting out of those three fingers like you were saying before, Genome. We also saw in the feed Zane go down, being the last solo of KCP from the very beginning. Very rough game, unfortunately, for KCP, and Pulverex are going to meet them back in the lobby as IBG. You said it, they were going to eventually fight to go into this next circle, but Enter Force 36, hearing the fighting, looking to get engaged.
Oh my.
Evac Tower was called into by IBG.
Look how stacked up Optic are. All three of them in that. I'm surprised they're not kind of clipping outside each other at the moment. This is a single name could spell
I was going to
disaster
say,
for Optic.
it'd be a shame if an ArcStar just made an Optic Gaming shish kebab. IBG getting involved in this fight. Again, this is Enter Force 36 that rotated onto IBG, and Ziki, usually always the player to get that first knock. Insane when it comes to that fight potential that we see from this team. But Asia goes down, the Digi threat in his hands, and this is just easy to profit, but the third party has been called in for Realize.
Oh man, Realize come in, and IBG, they would have been, you know, really feeling themselves after winning 2 fights in a row, but sometimes in Apex, that's just not enough. So the third party from Realize, they'll take over that position now.
Oh, Timmy. Still alive with Design on the other side of the catwall. Alliance trying to profit. Aki's got the Prowler in his hand. Sends out another smoke, sees the gravity lift. Yuki gets Design knocked. It's only up to Timmy to get away if he can. Dojo.
Oh, no.
Maybe needs to be sent back to the dojo as they get eliminated. 11 squads left now in this lobby.
Yeah, look, you can see Alliance, they're really holding onto that tunnel. That's important for them, but wow, NRG have a team right on top of their heads right now. That's Element 6 sliding in on the top of the rock. The wall bounce hit.
Oh, the wall bounce just to top it off. Nathan, though, with the Nemesis in his hand, he's still alive. He can't get the reset. They find him out. Optic Gaming, they were lying in wait for too long, get a little anxious, see the opportunity, and try to capitalize.
Yeah, I think they're going to do that as well with the one member of Oxygen that's trying to get away from them. Desperately coming out, they do manage to finish that one off. It's knocked.
Although Optic are in that next circle where no other team is so far, it's a very open circle aside from the rocks. You have to be careful there because you can get pinched from so many different angles, especially since Realize is still on the northwest side. FaZe looking to clean up some heads themselves after all the action that was happening over by Launchpad, now taking care of Alliance.
Alliance, so they did manage to make their way through the tunnel, but then they run into FaZe. FaZe calmly making their way from the catwalk through to the fingers and using just the inside, the bins there as a little bit of cover. They run and they win a clean fight there against Alliance. Now we've got 3 teams left alive.
Dude, Optic almost got 50 points.
Optic Gaming, they're the ones actually
but if they win this one, they not win the finals. After they reach 50 points, they and then can get a win, they will finally win
Just for right now, I do
the
expect
final,
Realize
but until then.
Take their time.
But yeah, reaching 50 points is huge.
On the other side in their approach into that next circle, as well as FaZe, matching that with one another. You see the 30-30 shots also ringing as FaZe just waiting to see where Optic Gaming is on the other side of the rock. They've already called them out. Also, Phony has the Prowler himself, so FaZe are rocking such great loot aside from the triple red Evos at this late part of the game. Aside from Optic, who taken their time, and they still have the 2 purples.
Optic are currently on 49 points, by the way. One more will move them as the first team onto match point. A single KP does secure them.
Wow.
Next game, Optic will be the only team with a chance to win.
Already? After game 3, Optic Gaming looking to take the dub. We got the ulti with the Disruptor rounds, dropped on the other side with the Digi Threat 2. They took down one member of Realize. Looks like they were also able to get the finisher onto Oobly. The catwall has gone down, so each 3 team had already used the catwall with the circle closing in. It's now the fight for second place for Realize against FaZe.
Oh, is a black hole enough to bring this back as a duo? Maybe. It's a very good ultimate. They get sucked in straight into it. But Optic, on the back of it, 50 points isn't enough for them. They will secure the dub.
Dude, if they had 50 points, they would have just won, just like that. Dude, now everybody will target Optic. Everybody will target Optic.
12 kills. It's a 24-point game for Optic.
Man, that end circle. Optic Gaming versus FaZe again after we had seen a similar case scenario in game
Optic
number
first
1.
team to reach
Optic
50.
with 2 dubs already after
This
game
might be,
number 3.
if they win the next game, this
speedrun.
might
They
be
get
the
the memo, it's not a
fastest
speedrun thus far,
finals
right?
ever.
I'm feeling a little bit Swedish right now, Vicky. You know why? Because this feels like the Optic that we saw turn up in Sweden. A lot of people said that they were the best team at that tournament. They didn't quite walk away with the victory, but damn if they weren't impressive. And this is that kind of locked in, dominating, just absolutely destroying the rest of the lobby Optic that we saw that all that time ago.
Seeing signs of life from this team with such talented individuals. When I think about an insane fragger, a player that has always come to mind has always been Skittlecakes out here. They're gonna be able to walk away, take a little bit of a break for right now. They took game number 1 once again with 13 KP. After that, game 3, I believe that was like a 12 KP. So even holding that final circle position, being as patient as they were, they still were able to get a lot of kills at the same time, involving themselves at the perfect time in the very beginning of the game and around the end of the game, which is incredibly important. We saw what they did. Instead of landing in down beast, landing to 50-50 weather. I mean, you split that up all a 3-way out here, over by Mill against Dreamfire and KCP.
But that's insane to think about, isn't it? I mean, they completely eschew their own drop spot. They take on another team, knock out the only other team that could have made their way onto match point and still come out on top and give themselves the best chance in the next game. That is a phenomenal play there by Optic.
Also avoiding a lot of the chaos that came from the north side of where that circle was pulling. Beautiful calls from Optic Gaming. They're already sitting here at match point. Can it be done in 4 games? We're gonna have to see if that consistency stays alive. Again, they've won 2 games. All right, after all that action, I'm done. I'm dusted already, Gino. We gotta take a little bit of a break. All right, Des, break it down. Tell us how you thought about the action.
Well, if you can't see the vision of how this tournament's going down, you might need to change your optics. Optic Gaming on match point after 3, and it has really shifted things. The pace has increased as we expected on a match point final, and so get ready. It could end at any moment. Rain Day, of course, Glitter, Dia, Tiff, and now Graceful joining us on the desk to go over everything that's happened so far after 3. Let's take a look at the final circle. Graceful, I want you to talk to me, especially with the chance to hear your pro perspective. How is this working so well for Optic in general, and how have they managed this final circle win?
Well, other than the days where we've gotten to not have to wake up early, that's for sure. Let's go. We need a chair. Can we get that chair? Let's go. Chat, we got Yukio in the building. Yeah. Let's go. We got Yukio in the building, baby.
Hello, chat. Hello, guys. Let's fucking go.
How are you?
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
My voice, man. I sound like shit. Okay, wait.
What is this?
Want to say something?
Yeah.
Let's see what the chat says.
I can totally read these.
Pulverex
Pulverex.
support?
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Do you have anything you want to say to chat?
Today, Pulverex win.
Pulverex win.
Yeah.
And anyone you want to say to anyone in the audience right now watching this? Anything?
Let's fucking go.
Chad, listen.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Chad, we love Yukio so much. This guy is phenomenal. You're a great guy.
Thank
Good
you.
dude.
Thank
He's
you.
so fun to watch, but also to be in person, man. He's charming. He's a charming guy. He has a little charm about him, bro, but he's a great dude. We wanted to get him on here just to introduce him a little bit more. We have become very close friends with Riddle. We love Riddle.
We love Riddle.
We love Riddle.
Thank you.
We love Riddle. I want to ask a question, though. Real quick, 1 sec. To make sure I get it going. Wait. Fuck. This Wi-Fi sucks.
This is Pulverex shots.
That's Pulverex?
Yeah, Pulverex.
No way.
Yeah.
Really? Oh,
Really,
shit.
really.
Okay. Wait, here we go. Okay. Let me chat. Okay. I want to ask him something. Bro, this fucking Wi-Fi. Where? Okay, I'll say it. Where do you want champs to be next year?
Next time? Next
time.
Next
time.
I win.
You win.
Yeah.
Where do you want it to be? In Tokyo? Where?
Tokyo?
Do you want that?
I will win.
You will win Tokyo.
Yeah.
Hell fucking yeah, you will, dude.
Of course.
Who? Of course you do.
Riddle win.
Wait, we didn't hit a picture. Riddle win.
Thank you.
Wait, UK is from Pulverex or Riddle?
Are you using a translator?
Yeah.
Wi-Fi?
1 sec. Okay, beautiful.
Championship, Tokyo.
Tokyo?
Of course.
Yeah?
Tokyo.
Okay, Tokyo.
My country.
Your country?
Yeah. Japan. Come Japan.
Come to Japan.
1 sec, wait.
Gotta tell him to
That
give
will
us a
be
tour.
awesome.
Yes, that's what I'm
But
saying.
I don't think they will go to
Will you
Japan
give us a
because
tour?
it is too expensive
Can we-
for Apex budget. But
character?
Japan LAN will be awesome.
Oh, of course,
Yeah?
of course, yeah.
Yeah, we
yeah?
can hang out?
Yeah.
Okay, we want a boot camp with you.
Oh.
We come to your boot camp.
B-Stream
Okay,
boot
let's
camp
go,
with
let's
Riddle.
go.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you,
B-Stream
thank you,
boot
thank
camp.
you.
Yeah, we fun?
Come.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby.
Let's go.
Yeah, ready? We... We're gonna drink
Let's
alcohol.
go.
We'll drink
Let's
alcohol.
fucking go.
Chat. Last time we were we did the interview, Yukio was hungover.
Yes,
Yeah,
interview.
Yeah, interview. And he looked so sad in the corner. He was so hungover, bro. It was so goddamn funny. We saw Mia K took a photo with us yesterday.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
lobby, yeah. He loves FaZe phone.
Oh, FaZe shot.
He loves them.
Oh,
I don't know why.
Oh, I love FaZe.
You love FaZe
Yeah.
too?
You love FaZe
okay.
too?
Who? Okay, wait. Who's your favorite North American org?
American team.
You should just do team. I
Oh,
guess.
team.
American team.
American team.
TSM.
TSM?
TSM.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
How?
Yeah.
CEO.
You like that?
CEO.
You're the Japan CEO. You're a Japanese CEO. Yes, you are.
Yes.
Yes, you are, man.
Thank
yes,
you,
you
thank
are. Do you like 100 Thieves?
Oh, of course.
Yeah? Yeah?
Because you 106.
Let's go.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah? What's your favorite game other than Apex?
Do you know Clash Royale?
Crash Royale?
Clash Royale.
Is that actually your favorite game? Clash Royale.
Clash Royale?
Is it actually?
It's a mobile game. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Clash
Mobile game.
That
That's
is
awesome.
hilarious. That is so fucking good. So, what's that? Do you like FPSs? Is that your favorite genre?
FPS. Valorant.
Oh, Valorant?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
We should play together.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really bad.
Yes, Valorant is fine, but that movement. Oh, what is going on my stream?
What happened? Yeah, they cut my budget. I can tell.
Oh, that interview.
Yeah, we couldn't deal with the sweet salary.
You got paid? Do you see?
It's not about the details, Hal. Listen, I think this is your problem too, okay? You should have been funnier when we... Wait, hey. Joe. You, come here.
Oh, okay.
You busy?
No, not really.
Okay. I think we can work with this. All right, you guys ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
What are you waiting for? Let's go. Go. Go, go, go.
Dude, what is this?
13. Oh, baby. Come on, man. I'm trying. Oh. Baby. Go! I'm not sure what that decided for us at all, but I do have a question. You gonna choke again? Because you kind of choked.
Where's your jersey at?
Also, do you want to know who won the race?
Yep. Yeah.
Back to the show. When they said they cut my budget, I didn't realize I couldn't pay for Sweet to be in that either. I mean, outside, come on, guys.
They filmed that too early. Too early, dude.
And Zero, probably the most realistic part of that is that Zero is not here. Dark Zero did not make it, so we will have a new champion. Hal, obviously, still a chance to become a champion in year 3. We'll see how that unfolds. But
They filmed that too early. Feels so bad,
You
man.
cut the budget for Zero shoes in the race too. Why was
Everything.
I feel so bad.
Yeah. That's awesome. Ready? Come to...
Oh!
Come to Los Angeles.
I want to go.
Yes, we'll go together.
Los Angeles,
all 3 of us go.
Let's go.
We'll go. Let's fucking go. We should fucking go. We should 100% go, dude. It'd be so much fun.
Shohei.
Yeah.
I've never been to a baseball game either.
Never? Did you play baseball? No?
Never.
Oh, so you're bad at
Soccer or
baseball.
basketball?
Soccer.
Oh. I like soccer too.
You like soccer? Yeah.
I played soccer too.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
3 years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What other sports did you play?
What's
What other sports? So baseball, soccer,
table tennis?
Table tennis,
Yeah.
ping pong. Oh,
Ping
fuck
pong,
yeah.
ping pong.
Are you good?
So-so.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at table tennis. I'm good.
You're okay.
I'm pretty good. I played football, basketball.
Oh, basketball.
Yeah. I was really bad at baseball.
Oh.
I was only good at hitting. That's it. Not catching or anything. I was in right field.
Ah.
So no one ever hit to me ever. Yeah, I was really bad.
Oh my god.
Okay, the match is gonna start up.
Yeah.
Hey, it's all good, bro. We love you so much. We love you. Thank you for coming on.
See you next time.
Yes, 100%.
We love you. Thank you for coming.
Chad, make
Love
sure you
you.
follow Yukio on everything. We love
Thank
you
you.
so much, bro.
Yeah.
We love
Yeah,
Yukio.
we
Thank
love
you so much.
Oh, no worries, man. Thank you. Pulver X win.
Pulver X win.
Yes, Pulver X win, baby.
Thank you.
Love you, buddy. Love you
Wait,
so much.
Yukio is in Riddle or
All right,
Pulver
chat.
X?
Give it up to
That's the
Yukio,
GOAT, man.
Literally the GOAT, bro. Literally the fucking man. All right, chat. Game 4. We'll be starting up. I love you guys, chat. That's Yukio becoming one of our really good friends, man. We love him. We love him so
it's
much.
from Riddle. Okay.
Such a stand-up, good guy.
Game number 4 starting up now, baby.
Yeah,
Riddle
Remember,
didn't
chat,
qualify,
if
right?
Optic wins this game, it is all over.
Yeah.
It is over. Can we get some hype in the chat? Can we get some W's in the chat?
Feeling like a global series right now with so much international talent on our stage. Match point has been hit. Optic Gaming, the first team to put 50 points on the board. The question is, will they be able to close it out in record time here, or will someone else try and stop them?
Question for me is, where do Optic land? They're a little bit controversial. We see them competing in the mill with the likes of Pioneers and Dreamfire. Did now Pioneers and Dreamfire work together to shut down Optic Gaming? I saw even in the chat TSM said, well, maybe we'll drop it down, Beast, if you're not going to go there. This is going to be a big indication of what's going to go down in match number 4, just purely off of drop spots here.
What an insane start to the day, though, right? Optic Gaming, so many people expecting them at some point to come good, but then it was the conversation of, are they ever going to come good again? Is it going to be a case of we're waiting for Optic to become the beast that they once were? Well, now we're seeing it, and the scariest thing for me, Dan, from their performance so far is not just that they've hit match point so quickly, it's a win on both Storm Point and World's Edge.
Yeah, they've been able to be consistent across both maps, and at the moment on Storm Point, they have around a 40% conversion rate from top 5.
Maybe we'll finally get Justice for Mark.
That final circle. Then I tell you what,
Yo, hi Dark.
worried faces around these player booths as we're going.
Finally, after 1 year, Justice for Mark.
And what could be the
Or it's been
final
2
game
years.
here if Optic can find a victory.
Well, I'm sure
I
the likes of
don't know.
Dreamfire, FaZe, Black Hat, Pioneers, the closest challengers to Optic Gaming, who might be able to keep this thing going if they can take them out, would like to see this game continue for just a little bit longer. Optic Gaming, like we mentioned, the only team who can win it here right now. The chasing pack, Dreamfire, 43 points for them. They are the next challengers.
Oh,
need
they
7
changed
to
it.
join Optic.
Where do Optic
Or no?
go?
Oh,
Is it
they
to
load right there
Beast,
and
their
then,
usual home? Or do they still
okay,
have
just
a
like
little bit of a
last game.
journey over towards the mill? Remember, Mill is
Who gets the better
Dreamfire
side?
versus KCP as the expected fight, but
Who
Optic
gets the better
decided to
side?
get involved. But
Go
no
easy.
Optic Gaming this time. It's straight up Dreamfire versus KCP.
Dreamfire versus
Ooh,
KCP,
not so
but I saw
great.
someone picking
Not
up
so
a
great.
purple armor on the side of KCP, and Dreamfire, who are the team they're chasing Optic, who are closest to them at the moment, already find themselves at a disadvantage.
And this is a massive fight for Pioneers. If they want to be one of those ones of the chasing pack to try and catch up and get close to match point, not only can they elevate themselves, but you shut down one of your main competitors.
But how great is this for Optic as well, right? This is going to
They
be
are
Dreamfire
out of there.
potentially eliminated.
Oh, no.
And by doing so, Optic don't have to worry about their nearest challenger maybe joining them here.
What?
So Pioneers, they are
Who is
hunting
that?
down the remaining players of Dreamfire. 2 of them have fallen already. And it looks like Dreamfire's chances of getting onto match point are slowly slipping away here in match number 4. And you're quite right on set, because that just gives Optic a nice little cushion here, knowing that even if they weren't to get it now in match 4, it's still unlikely that anyone would join them on match point with how far they are ahead of everyone else.
Well, quick look at NRG now. Checkpoint is where they find themselves. Landing, of course, and it's going to be pretty close to where the zone is going. And for Optic Gaming, wow, what a start. Dreamfire eliminated, but the zone is going towards North Pad as well. They have fantastic priority to this zone.
Well, NRG stole a trident from someone else's POI and said, well, we'll have that, thank you very much. And it means they can have a quick old journey towards North Pad. But you are right, I mean, Optic now with one of the priority positions, they had a ring console at Down Beast. They can move on that northeast side very quickly. Now, NRG, Optic, they're all racing.
There's a race going down.
This is just going to be a situation where, are you going to beat them to the punch here? I think NRG got over that finish line first, and Optic Gaming now have to reposition.
And a little bit of Formula 1 going down there on the main stage. Optic Gaming just getting kind of pipped to the post there by NRG, who had their foot on the accelerator for a little bit longer, but this spot that Optic have found is still extremely playable for now. But it looks like they want to try and get a little bit deeper into zone. This is looking like a zone which is going to pull right to the back of North Pad around some of those dock areas. So NRG, who got there first, well, Optic, they're trying to weave their way through the traffic now.
So Optic need to go under the radar a little bit here. You want to try and be as less visible as possible, get to that late game, give yourself the best opportunity. Now, luckily for them, is they can blend in. Their composition is very similar to the majority of the lobby right now. There's nothing that gives them away. They're not playing any sort of legend that would be able to indicate that they could be a different squad, that maybe some other teams could try and target them. But they are going to be right at the heart of the action of North Pad, and it's going to get very busy the more teams that start to arrive. Now, we saw that Dreamfire are still alive. They are the next team closest to match point. After that, we have FaZe on 35. Now, FaZe, consistent across the first few maps. If they can find the same kind of points, then maybe they can be the next team to find match point.
There is your map overhead. That's where the teams are stacked up for now. That's where the zone is going to be going. That's where we will be for our end game. Question I think going through everyone's head right now is this the end of the games today? Will Optic be able to close out? They're in a fantastic position here, Dan. The one worry for me with them is when that zone starts to close and the teams move from the North Pad building in towards where they are they going to be able to survive through all of that carnage?
It is their freebie of a game though. When you're the only team that's on match point, it does take a little bit of pressure off in a way. But everyone else in the lobby is going to be keeping a keen eye on that kill feed, hoping that Optic Gaming fall. Because otherwise you might find yourself in a 3v3, 2 teams remaining, and you are the only team that can keep this thing alive. But everyone's made their journey over towards North Pad. A few teams holding the fingers, so TSM's going to be on one of them, NRG on the other, and then Optic holding the middle finger, as it were. And I'm sure the rest of the lobby don't really like to see it. As Dojo, they're going to hold the high ground, and they'll be more than happy.
Dojo will have the height and able to influence a lot of fights from there. But Optic, the one probably concern for them at the moment is where does the damage come from? Because they can't really show and peek too much. White armors, blue armors. Is that going to be enough to survive for that endgame? Elsewhere at Down Beast, you can see that Pioneers, they've started to rotate the backside of Down Beast. But closing in on them was E6.
We did get a chance to speak to Nasky just before the tournament. He was a bit concerned that they were going to be contested at both maps. And he said, we're not going to win the thing because we're being contested, but they're in 4th place at the moment. And if you don't think you can win, you better believe you've got to get some points on the board so you can find yourself into those top 3, those top 5 positions, because prize money's still insane if you are in that top half. Of course, $2 million on the line here at Championship Sunday of the ALGS.
Or Pulverex. Down to a duo, but we saw what they could do yesterday. We know what they can do, full stop. There's only 2 players. Moist Esports in 10th position overall at the moment. 15 points to work with so far. Quite a long way off of match point, you would have to say. But trying to control one of these trenches as well as that donut you can see to your left.
TSM, Alliance, Dojo, Black Hand. This is are my favorite teams.
That first knock, KCP, and now they're looking for the rest. You just need to make sure that Dell doesn't go down here. Protect him with your life as they can rain down from above. The car just missing a few bullets, but I tell you what, as long as they can get a shield swap available here, then Pioneers should be very comfortable in this engagement, and E6 are just going to have to try and scatter away now, try and survive and try and salvage something, but it's not going to happen. Element 6 eliminated,
nice.
And Pioneers continue on their journey to try and get closer to match point.
I mean, there's 5 KP already for Pioneers. They get the contest, they pick up 2 there. They've just managed to wipe E6 as well, so slowly but surely starting to accumulate a few points in our match number 4. Elsewhere, you can see in the trenches, these are going to be hotly contested. Such a tough zone to play here for so many teams because you just don't have line of sight to level up Evo shields, to make plays because teams are going to be rotating in late, taking that height from above you. You've got to kind of, it's a difficult situation. You want to show presence, but you also know that if you show too much and you swing one of those corners for a second, you could get beamed.
We get a little glance there at the last remaining player of Dreamfire, still alive. But it's Ironblood Gaming and LG Chivas both at the mill. For Dreamfire, it's just a matter of trying to get to that end game and trying to get a couple of points on the board to edge you closer to match point. The likelihood of them getting onto match point is very slim now. Both banners gone, you would need 7 points, so you need 3rd position with no kills. I mean, I've seen crazy things happen, but it would have to be the best rat performance of his life.
Well, now you're seeing LG take damage. Yanyaho's already down. This fight breaking out on the edge of zone. Cat will go down just to try and stall the fight for a little bit of time. Are they going to be able to get the time to stick this res though? Jaguares is going to go for it, and it looks like he should be able to get it, although all of a sudden some off angles are being taken, and LG find themselves in a little bit of a pinch.
And in the distance, Pioneers are starting to have a little sniff towards this one as well. They said, who's at our drop spot? Who's at mill? Can we pick up some KP here? They recognize they do not have priority to zone at the moment. They are not going to get one of the best
I don't know Taymor, but it doesn't seem like it.
KP on the board is what they're thinking. They can hear
the gunfight really doesn't seem like it.
And now they have eyes on
they first of all need a lot of points to reach the match point, and and on the other hand, they are not performing so well
just
today.
to move in and get some more KP. There's one. LG down to just a solo player now. Surely this is just going to be more
I don't know,
KP.
they will
That's
need
trying
a
to finish it
miracle.
off with a little bit of flair here. He's got the digi threat that he can use through the smoke if he needed to. But that might change something. Jaguar is trying to hold on for his team. One still alive here, and it looks like LG have actually managed to get back up.
Yeah, LG have done really well to keep Pioneers at bay, and now the zone is coming in and will play a part in this fight. Galantine just need to be communicating here and taking the right angle. If they play this correctly, they should be able to win this engagement.
I mean, Yanya, last player alive here for LG, has to try and send it. 134 through the air is pretty good, but not good enough. LG Chivas will be eliminated, but while all this was going on, by the way, Dreamfire, Peter, inside of zone, and keeping the dream alive.
It's just a matter of crafting as much meds that are humanly possible here.
Dude, just like in pubs, I think.
And it is a case of if you can get up to about 45, I'd say, and the game does carry on, we go to match number 5, Dreamfire maybe will be feeling comfortable because it will be World's Edge again. They won't have to worry about the potential contest.
Well, back to where the zone is going to be going, North Pad, and look how busy it's already starting to become. And this is how important that rotate was for Optic Gaming. This is an almost inaccessible zone to teams who arrive late. You would say there's maybe 5 or 6 priority positions at the base of those fingers. If you don't have one, the game plan isn't about winning the game. It's about KP
He can
and
see.
trying to force your way
He
into
literally
that final
can see.
fight. Optic Gaming set up at the moment underneath the bridge. Let's see what the comms are like.
Ooh, big damage with the smoke.
You can shoot between the boxes.
Dude, dropped almost killed those guys with the smokes.
Yeah, stack them with fuse. Yeah, I'm going, so I'm just gonna one back here.
Yeah, zone shift, we're chilling.
They certainly don't sound too flustered at the moment, and why would they be? Trying to keep a low profile, not just in the listening, but in the lobby as well. Here come FaZe though, Pioneers on the edge of zone as well, and we might see them knock into each other.
So Pioneers, yeah, just taking a look over towards FaZe, a couple of shots with the Hemlock. Dreamfire still alive and will be behind this fight. But that's just going to be a rat story, a rat journey, where Dreamfire hope to pick up 1 to get closer to MP. For Pioneers, I mean, they're 22 off. If they can get into this final circle, they've already got some KP. It's still achievable for them here, as long as Optic, of course, don't win. But with how everyone's been scoring on average at the moment, it could be a situation where even if Optic don't find a victory, we go into the next match, and they are yet again the only team to be on match point. And the main reason being, their closest competitors, Dreamfire, have had that contest over towards Mill. That's why it would be so important that we go back over to World's Edge.
Uh-oh, Peter might have just dropped into a little bit of a trap here, or maybe. Just maybe. Pioneers haven't quite sniffed him out.
The dream is still alive as Pioneers move back over to Checkpoint, and they're going to go through the southern choke of Checkpoint, which I hate this rotation.
Did you see?
You're going to be forced now into
He heard the crowd,
a tunnel of teams that are all going
and
to have
he
eyes on you
knew
as you
he was
arrive.
there.
So either they have an evac tower and hope to try and get up and above people,
He heard the
or you have to
crowd,
go in all
dude.
guns blazing here if you're the Pioneers.
Optic Gaming will be safe for that next zone, so will NRG. Both of them wanted to play that spot early on. We saw that trident
That's
race
crazy.
between the two teams. FaZe safe as well, and everybody's starting to just work their way towards zone now. Moist Esports and MDY White on that eastern side of zone, you're going to see they're going to have to force their way in, and Alliance are ready to make a play as well. They are creeping over towards the position of TSM.
I mean, Pioneers, MDY White, SAF, Moist, they're all going to be meeting each other. You can see the Pioneers are down and will be over towards now the trenches, but there are teams waiting for them. This is going to be...
Oh yeah, he heard him landing, but didn't saw him, you know. But when he got close, he heard the crowd. You could have seen his in camera.
Also full of confidence, having come off the back of winning that contest, winning that fight against LG. But it looks like they've managed to kind of thread the needle momentarily here. Same can't be said for Moist. They have to jump back into these trenches.
I mean, they actually don't know when the casters are looking at them, but yeah, maybe
Up into the skies, but does not
Nice
survive.
try.
Dreamfire eliminated. They'll have to wait for match number 5 if it even comes. As MDY White now using all utility to try and keep people at bay here at trenches.
Well, they have to force their way forward. They're throwing everything at this. They have no option. And now with just one player alive, there was no chance they could force their way through. Moist Esports, who win that fight and will stay alive. But here, as I say, comes the third party. And who is it? It's Pioneers who are moving in.
Pioneers moving in. Oxygen and
I don't know,
Alliance also
Daimor.
scrapping at the same time as Oxygen have been able
Black
to get
Hand
the
as well.
opening here. No,
Yesterday
haven't.
they
Okay.
did so
Alliance
well,
back on their
and today
feet. I
not
thought they were
so
two,
good.
but now they are a full three as MT has fallen to
I
save.
don't
so
know
all
what
of
is
these
going
scraps
on.
happening in trenches.
And this is all on the eastern side of zone. Moist Esports have fallen. As Oxygen, with the Digi-Threat most importantly, which has been a game-winning piece of equipment to find on the floor. That attachment with those smokes and the amount of Bangalores allows you to do stuff like this. Vayne says, give me the Digi. Give me the option to shoot these players and I will make it count.
You can see the piercing spikes that are down are making things so difficult and even worse for Vayne. He's only got 10 bullets, so he says, you know what, let's full send it. It has to be now. Hemlock from the back pocket, 2 teammates still alive, and we will see Alliance fall. 13 squads left, and Oxygen, it was the perfectly timed push.
Oxygen survive. The zone will not be closing behind them for a few more seconds, so they'll be able to reset, get those shields charged back up, and ready for the next fight. Elsewhere, the other side of the zone, you have FaZe poking at Ascend. Realize also, very close in the vicinity here, so if a fight breaks out and it isn't quick, you know that third party's coming in.
Very close to match point as well, if they do find themselves in that final circle. Good shots though with the 30-30. Evac tower dropping down 2. It's whether they actually go for this. This could be a risk from FaZe.
Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. Their run will stop here in this lobby. Sweet lining something up here, but not quite able to connect. Bocek is a little bit of a problem for him here as he's having his shields chipped away, but the longbow in this kind of position, Dan, just to hold teams back, just to harass them, is almost a perfect weapon.
I mean, NRG are in one of the best spots. FaZe, as they arrive, are going to be taking a lot of damage, but on the other side, Imperial Howl has just fallen as well. It's TSM taking this fight alongside FaZe.
And while all these fights are going down, this is great news for Optic, the team who's on match point, but here comes TSM. FaZe eliminated.
Maybe they can reset.
Will stand strong. Oxygen also fall in the meantime. Can TSM get this reset?
As long as Dojo don't dive on them here, as long as Optic don't dive on them, which they won't because Optic will want to hold this position, TSM should be fine. As Optic continue just to skirt around the edges
Optic
here.
having blue armors.
It's NRG, it's Optic. They're the two
Kind
squads
of
are in
bad.
prime position at the moment, but on this eastern side, it's going to be absolute carnage.
Drop just got ripped out of the sky, and it's the Dojo now who have fallen off of that main building, that ultimate high ground, who are causing Optic a problem. Noct has to retreat. Pop that shield battery, but somehow all of Optic still on their feet, or knees.
Well, Optic have been doing well at occasionally just poking, prodding, getting those Evo shields up ever so slightly. As you can see now, Aimbot getting involved as Realize are taking the fight.
This is the fight inside of the main building of Northpath. This is where all the teams have to filter through. It's an ugly-looking choke point, and only one team is going to come out of it. But if you do that, you're going to have a lot of KP and certainly some red Evo shields.
I mean, Blackhand, SAF, Realize, Enter, Force 36, Pulverex.
I don't know, man. Let's see.
They are all in that building alongside one another. And
To
as the
be
ring
to
closes,
see
it's a matter of
this
run and
win.
gun. It's try and survive and try and get kills at the same time. And then if you are the last remaining player, hope you can rat out and get those extra placement
I think
points.
they are
Because
still
now
in
we're
the-
into the
still
top
in the
10.
game.
Placement points start to increase tenfold. Every single placement that you go up, you're going to be in a far more comfortable position once you reach top 8, then top 6, top 5, and onward. These could be the differences to you finding match point later on in this tournament.
Here comes the zone.
Yeah, their position is good. They have good
From
armor
every
for
single team
4.
that's left in that lobby, 10 squads still remain here. Realize, trying to fight on edge of zone. Kampu doing what he can. The zone is burning. It is singeing at its back though, but a few KP here certainly would help. Can't quite connect. Enter Force 36 fall. Pulverex fall. Realize will also fall and start a fight down to 1. Blackhand will take them out, and it looks like Blackhand are the winners of that fight.
And just like that, we're down to 6, but Blackhand also struggling with the ring. But Optic are still holding strong, but now they have noisy neighbors, and this is when you need to be hitting your shots.
Well, Optic have made the play. They think they can win this game. TSM, they've been eliminated in the meantime. The Dojo eliminated.
What?
Top 4 and Optic are still here.
Optic still
Dude.
alive, NRG still alive, 3 squads
This
remain.
is the
It's
fastest
Ascend,
win.
It's NRG, it's Optic, and now it's just 2.
Optic Gaming might be about to break records. 2 squads remaining. It's NRG versus Optic.
Everyone in the arena has just become an NRG fan as they want this tournament to continue.
Prowler for Nathan. Could that be the difference maker? Sweet has to retreat. Does he have a shield swap?
No.
No, he doesn't. Sweet goes down.
Dude, I'm gonna pass out.
Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall.
Oh shit.
NRG clutch.
Oh shit. Yeah.
And Optic Gaming, who are on the precipice of becoming your champions, will have to wait a little longer. NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see.
Dude, did you see that no regs? Did you see those no regs from drop?
NRG keep things going here in Birmingham as the crowd erupts.
Nah.
I've never heard a louder chant for any.
Nah. Look at this.
Everyone in the arena has just become
Look
an
at this.
Kill for Optic. Drop.
Look at the shots.
Okay?
Look at this. Look at these shots. What? Dude, those hit. Those shots hit, but didn't register. You can see the red spot. But yeah, no way he could have won that anyways. They were 2 alive versus 1, so.
And that might mean there is still chance for other teams to start catching up to get onto match point. But as we look back at this final circle once more, which was absolute carnage, may I add, it was such a big opportunity for Optic to win this championship.
He missed. Hate to think.
But it all started with all the other teams that were involved.
Yeah, I think he missed.
How much damage can you
But
do?
I don't know. Did you see the red 2 red spots on that guy?
This is how they got it won.
I don't know, it seems like he hit twice but didn't register. Yeah, he wouldn't win anyway.
The
But
first knock goes to Optic then.
And this was all perfectly planned from NRG right from the beginning of this game. Remember, they stole the Trident, they stole Godspot, they made sure they beat Optic to that position, and they were rewarded for it in this final fight. And you've got to remember the shield difference as this engagement
yeah, they were
started.
2 versus 1.
Blues last time they checked in.
Oh
but
my God! That is disgusting, Guild. And that's the kind of play you have to make.
Yo,
if you want to be in with a chance of becoming champions here, that is a ridiculous spray. And let's just remember the pressure he's under in that moment as well. Now, NRG wouldn't have known, of course, that was Optic Gaming they were going up against. Anonymous mode on. But I'm sure with the headsets on, they will know it now. 19 points will be added to NRG's tally. Optic Gaming, the points don't matter. It's all about winning a game for them. Blackhand with 10 points as well, thanks to their 5 KP.
I just think it's hilarious that NRG made that play right at the start to steal that Trident, to take it away from Mill whilst all that engagement was happening, and then they beat Optic in that race. You said it was like a Formula 1 race. It really was. They were neck and neck, but Optic could not quite get there, and then they had to retreat to that middle position, which wasn't the priority in the end. But it was the Pioneers, I tell you what, 12 points on the board. They knew they weren't going to get priority position. A, they didn't have a Trident to get at Mill anyway because it was stolen, but 12 points from all the kills that they were able to grab.
NRG fans out there loving what they just saw. And to be honest, like I mentioned, I think a lot of Apex fans very happy with what they just saw. Unless, of course, you are a fan of the green wall. This is how we look. Total points after the games that we've seen in front of us. Optic Gaming on match point. Dreamfire still need 7. FaZe just behind them, but NRG jump up into 4th, Dan. 32 points for them.
So as it stands, Optic Gaming still the only team that can finish things here in match number 5, but Dreamfire are closing in, as are FaZe. How far will today go?
Well, it's time for us to jump into a break, but when we get back, maybe it's going to be time to find out how far this is going to go. Optic Gaming so close, but yet so far.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Okay, back. I'm back. Okay, dude. What games?
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone, and welcome back to the ALGS Championship. My goodness, what a start to the day.
Yeah, Optic are the only ones for the match point.
End of the day, and we would be crowning a champion.
Optic Dreamfire are the closest, but they are getting contested.
A 2v3.
Actually, they are contesting the Pioneers, I think.
As now we change over back to World's Edge.
NRG in 2v3s. It's not the first time it's happened this tournament, and they seem to always
No, I'm not
when
doing reaction
they
videos.
need to. But Birmingham erupted
just
when
this time
NRG
more
were able to
because
find that
it's,
victory in match 4
ALGS.
because it meant we get more Apex action. It's match point format. It means if you get above 50 points, you then have to win afterwards if you want to call yourself a champion. We're going back over to World's Edge. Now this is better news for the likes of Dreamfire, who won't be contested. They will be able to survive that early drop and potentially get those points on the board to secure match point themselves.
I'm not gonna lie, I woke up this morning and I thought, there's no way we can match what happened yesterday. No way. How we close things out. Well, boy, how wrong I was.
Actually, no.
An absolutely incredible
Optic
start
wins.
to a Sunday here in Birmingham. Match 1 to 4 have not disappointed. You
1,000
have to wonder what
points
match
on
5 is going to have in store for us.
Yeah.
And we'll keep a keen eye, of course, in case there are any contests going down throughout World's Edge. But I alluded to it just at the end of match 4. Optic have not been as good at World's Edge.
Hi, Chris.
Only a 10% win rate from top 10, a 20% win rate from top 5. Their conversions have not been as successful this tournament. This opens the doors for the likes of NRG, who have been far better at World's Edge. TSM, Ascend, Oxygen have all been World's Edge teams, and we'll have to see whether they can be the ones to stop Optic winning it here in 5.
It looks like Pioneers have secured their POI. And look at Nasky, he's like, hey, there's no one here, let's go. Elsewhere, Alliance probably thinking, the Dojo here again.
Run it back. Dojo versus Alliance, round 3. Dojo look like they get the early damage. Designful was going to have to retreat though, but will be able to help his team back up.
This contest has been heavily in the favor of Dojo all tournament long, and now they have the height advantage over Alliance once more. Peacekeeper in the hands of Hackett, so they will be able to do a lot of damage at close range. But what's the weaponry like elsewhere, and are they able to do
Dude, I bet Alliance are so demoralized.
On the Dojo up on height. Timmy's got a 30-30, so that could be a problem, and I think he might have chipped away enough damage to give the opportunity for them to push. Let's jump into a listening with the Dojo.
Yeah, they are doing pretty good.
On the horizon. You by yourself. I have no shields. I'm walking up. You're by yourself to me.
Yep, I hear you.
The cat was very low.
I need help here.
Close. Above you. I have no shields.
Timmy, what are you doing?
Yep. On me. Someone needs to shoot this guy on me. Grabbing. 70 blue. Big blue, one clip. 70 blue.
No,
horizon.
9.
By the one. Grabbing in you. Play towards me.
Oh, big.
Play towards me. Let's go!
Big.
3 bitches!
I think we are better.
For Timmy and design, dude. I mean for the Dojo boys.
From Timmy means that the
His juice
Dojo
is not
surely at this point own this POI.
And Alliance, how stubborn are they going to be? Because it's hurting them more and more each game that it goes on. As for the Dojo, 7th place in the moment, 28 points. So a good run towards match point, and as not many teams have got there yet, well, only one has, Dojo is still in a great spot, and circle-wise, where this zone's going to be going, it's not too long a journey for Dojo either. We're going to be heading over towards the likes of Lava Fissure, Landslide, and anywhere in between. So NRG, Oxygen, Pioneers, Blackhand,
Dude,
everyone's
what is the fastest final? What, 8 games?
So they will be in prime position and full of confidence after a ridiculous win in that last game that keeps us going here and sees us with another game on World's Edge. Elsewhere, just to remind you what things are looking like in the leaderboard. Dreamfire still need 7 points to hit match point. FaZe, they need a couple more in 3rd, and then we fall away with the points after that. But NRG, with that win down, have jumped up to 4th. And if they can put 18 more points on the board, then they will hit match point as well.
I mean, we should have another team on match point by the end of this match if Optic don't win. Now, for Optic, this is a very different journey that they just had on Storm Point. Down at Big Mord and Stacks, they have to traverse almost the entirety of World's Edge if they want to find themselves in center zone. They are not going to get priority. They will not be able to hold a position like they did before. So instead, they need to comfortably loot up. They need to have enough sort of utility to work with in the late game, and maybe even take some fights to try and get some shields if possible, as TSM now making their move towards Lava Fissure.
You can see they hit that ring console as well. They're going to have the zoning information that we just showed you at home. 13th place overall at the moment, but it's the points tally that really matter to TSM. I always say for TSM, it feels like it's a different situation to other teams coming in. It's first or disappointment for them. As Moist Esports are taking a lot of damage right now. Fussy and Walsey might be falling in just a few moments.
Does Walsey even get the chance to get a bat off here? Yes is the answer, which means this fight is still alive. But Walsey is going to have to hit some big shots. Fussy also has been able to escape the sights thanks to the smoke. Well, I tell you what goes unnoticed! And Walsey rips through F-Chat.
Walsey trying to do what he can. He's a one-man army at the moment, but the piece is starting to fall for Moist Esports. Pulverex trying to finish off those final players. Fussy's still alive, by the way. It's a little bit of a 1v1 situation. Saku's going to be the last player alive. Pulverex are eliminated, and Moist win that fight somehow.
Moist just stay alive enough. Fussy just with the white armors as well. Doesn't even get a chance to get these banners back. Might be able to get one. Dark Veil's gone down behind him. As you can see, Blackhand have now arrived, and it's been a relatively quiet series for Blackhand so far, considering they came in as the #1 team. But look at the consistency they find. 33 points. They are still a squad who have been scoring so effectively this tournament. They've had the highest points per game on average, and if they can then find themselves on match point, they can start to compete with the likes of Optic.
Elsewhere, you can see at the top, or the right-hand side of your screen, I should say, Dreamfire up on those silos, and 5 points is all they need in this game to hit match point. And boy, you will hear this place erupt if that is going to be the case.
And this was my worry for Dreamfire though, is when we're on Storm Point, they're going to find it difficult to find those points and maybe even find a victory. But if you are on match point, perhaps the drop spot changes a little bit. Maybe the POI changes. We've already seen anything goes in the World Championship finals. People changing drop spots, people stealing tridents, the gloves are off. But 5 points is more than achievable here for Dreamfire, who on average have been scoring around 7 points per game, so they should get it here in match 5.
E6 comfortable inside of Countdown for now. Ascend's trying to play the quiet role in the lobby, shall we say. 26 points at the moment for Ascend.
And they played a quiet role in that final fight as well.
Yo,
they were one of the teams that was left in that final
points,
3 for a second.
crazy.
I thought it was going to be Ascend versus Optic, and Ascend being the team
I mean,
that dies
even if
again in
they
that
don't
final
win,
circle, and it would have
they
just been
for
so
sure
tough
are
for their
going in
mentals, but
second place.
they're slowly
if
going
they
about their
don't win.
business, as you said,
And
as
they
Ascend
still
always
get
have. They're a team who
what,
likes to
like
avoid the early
60K?
fights. They like to try and get into a position
60,
and avoid
70K,
fights until they
something
get to
like
that
that,
late game. Now, they
which
did win
is
a group
which
stage
is nice,
series. They are
I
capable
would
of
say.
putting big points
Good
on the
money.
board, and at the moment they're
Really
halfway
nice money.
towards match point.
Interesting to see that NRG, who did get that ring console information, remember, now see it shift a little bit more north and more heavily containing Countdown the POI itself. So they're going to have to change their plan a little bit. Optic Gaming, their plan is going to be the same. They did drop all the way over at Stack, so they're not going to be too concerned with where that zone is going and who is about, because they're going to know to win this game, they are going to have to fight their way through the lobby.
It's about choosing the correct entry point here on World's Edge. When you look at what Optic have available, do you go from the southern side by staging? Do you go through the train tracks at Landslide? Or do you take the eastern approach after you go past Monument? Now, you've got to think about the rotations of all the other squads here. How quickly are going to be people moving? What about our other Edge teams, like Climatizer, for example? Will FaZe have beaten us to that choke point? These are all the things that Optic have to think about before they make their move.
This is your overlook at Countdown at the moment. You can see the Dreamfire in a really, really strong position. And that 5 points that they need, if they can hold that position down for a little bit longer, then maybe they'll kind of find their way towards Dreamfire instead of Dreamfire having to go out and find them themselves. Black Hand down in this low ground. We saw them a few moments ago. Plenty of ammo to work with in the double light combo. As we continue to watch our only match point team now make their way through Fragment, where they will find Iron Blood Gaming potentially.
Yeah, if they decide to go for the train track entry point that I was talking of, it'll be Iron Blood Gaming they face. If they go up a little bit further north, by the Monument entry point, it will be FaZe. So there is not an easy entrance for Optic either way. Now, there is always the third option of if you can't go through it, you can go over it, and an evac tower and just try and avoid them, but then you are landing blind. I don't think Optic would like to play that. They'd like to play this one a little bit more methodical and try and assess their situation. And now they've noticed Iron Blood Gaming, it's probably going to be the call to just keep going north here.
Seems like that will be the call indeed. Elsewhere on the map at the moment, over at staging, we have the Dojo having a little look at LG Shibas, who are inside of staging for now. Interforce 36 elsewhere are going to be up on the top of Mirage Etoile. And speaking of the Dojo, here we find ourselves. Designful with that 30-30 still in his hand. No attachments and no scope to speak of though, but this man knows how to hit shots even with his eyes closed.
7th position at the moment for the Dojo. From the LCQ to the World Championships to contesting one of the best thermal station teams in the world and winning the contest 3 times. They now find themselves edging towards match point, but it's FaZe who are the second closest after Dreamfire. They need 14, but they're holding this northern choke that I was talking about that we may well see Optic arrive quite shortly too.
If you can control this, you might have a pretty good walk-in for the endgame as well.
Here we go.
As Optic now try to step up towards FaZe's position. FaZe have kind of given up a little bit of space here as they step towards that next zone. As the evac tower will get called in. This is a huge moment for Optic Gaming. This is somewhat blind. Like you say, they're not going to know what positions teams are in as they go over this mountainous range. They're going to make a play for the truck, but FaZe are close by here, and so, of course,
everybody's targeting
Dreamfire on
them.
one side, FaZe on the other side. It is literally being stuck between a rock and hard place with these teams. It's just about a matter of surviving here for Optic Gaming. FaZe are not going to get overzealous. They do not need to send it onto Optic, and because FaZe are closing in on that match point, they are going to be taking less risks.
As soon as one dies and his name appears in the feed, they will know what team they are, and everybody will jump on.
Shots going to be exchanged, but none that are really going to impact One team pushing onto the other. This is your first place team at the moment. Your team on match point versus your third place team. You can understand, like you said, summed up perfectly, Dan, why this is such a nervy and kind of edgy feeling fight.
Well, Dreamfire are staying put. FaZe are just constantly keeping aware of where Optic could be pushing, but I think both teams will just be avoiding one another. TSM have lost one and they're being sent on.
Yeah, you can see that Verholz was trying to punch Reps back into the building and hoping he can get a reset.
Nice.
3 figures on the spray from Imperial. How they do manage to reinforce that door, but are they going to be able to stick this res in time?
Yeah.
Reps back on his feet. TSM holds strong. And boy, was that needed as SAF missed their window of opportunity and they will leave and will allow TSM just to be the only team that holds that building.
I was about to say, not just the only window that was missed there. You can see they fall down into the lava for a few seconds. Luckily, there's a zip line there to make it look a little bit more fancy and deliberate than maybe it was. But TSM survive, and I think that's the most important thing to take out that little engagement we just saw.
And TSM need a game here. This was my main worry coming into match point finals, is that TSM have not really done much in terms of points per game. But Pioneers, they're taking an engagement now, and Nathan's gone down. It's NRG.
NRG! Oh, NRG are getting run over right now. And it's because of the man on your screen who's almost single-handedly 1-2 contests in a row for them. And he's going to take down everyone, same with the L-Star. This man is looking like a superstar at the moment.
I mean, Pioneers have just been destroying everything in their way. The fact is, when you get a contest, you're going to be fighting well. Now, TSM are being pushed again. Reps has fallen. Hal and Verholz working together as SAF gets shut down.
Oh,
no one
what
else in the
TSM
vicinity
did?
to really cause a problem here with this fight. Should be able to reset, but as I say that, Oxygen and Esports have said, hello! We're going to overextend. We see some KP available for us. Oxygen sending it onto TSM.
Yeah, they heard what was happening. They heard the gunfire elsewhere, and Oxygen want that KP. But I tell you what, there's still life here for this fight in TSM.
It certainly is, and now you can see Reed's trying to join, and maybe you can see Oxygen Esports look a little bit at 7 and 8. They don't know whether to push. They don't know whether they want to try
Dude, maybe they can get a reset.
on this. Both teams might be selling for the res. Realize eliminated in the meantime. FaZe have been eliminated in the meantime, and Optic Gaming are still alive and creeping up in this zone once more.
Oxygen get the revive, as do TSM, and they split. Neither team wants to fight. Our current team, our only team on match point, Optic Gaming, are still making their way down towards Landslide. Pioneers now eliminated. 10 squads remain.
Optic Gaming to their right side at the moment, as Ironblood Gaming will be falling, is Dreamfire. That's the team they have to worry about most at the moment. Their focus is on LG at the moment. Shivas just moving to their south. But Optic are going to have to cross some really open terrain. They're going to hope that most of the teams still inside a countdown take care of each other here down, and they can clear this side of zone.
Yo, Dreamfire so close to
well.
match
It's going to
point.
create a clear divide from
Are they
north
still
to
alive?
south. There is going to be places that people can survive on either side
Yo,
of said mountain.
they can reach
Optic aren't in
match
the
point.
worst position. If they can win that fight against LG Chivas that you said, they suddenly own that southeast side, and they can slowly push up, use any little mini rocks that they've got to survive. As now you can look, TSM are trying to make their way in, but they're very close to the dojo.
I was going to say, LG kind of control what might happen in this game. TSM in this fight in the choke though.
Okay, TSM
On the
managed to
outside
reset.
of countdown, looking in. Have to send it right now, and How doesn't need to be asked twice. Gets the knockup to enemy.
Nice, nice out.
3v2 becomes a 2v2 as Designful strikes back.
How important could this be for TSM? It has been a game of survival. They've constantly had themselves tested, constantly had players down. 2 versus 2 with the dojo, but now LG Chivas, they're having a peek over to this one.
And how good is that for Optic Gaming? It clears this side of the map for Optic. TSM trying to hold on in this fight, but will fall. The dojo will take them down. But the story is all about Optic. Once again, look at the position they now have.
Optic, they went north, they saw and they heard the commotion, said this is our opportunity, we can take the northern side. And now LG Chivas have taken the southern side. Optic hold the northeast. And we have 4 teams on this northwest side. MDY White, Oxygen, Blackhand, Element 6, Dreamfire, all in these buildings, but Dreamfire are down to 1. They only need 2 points to get to the match point threshold though. Roy has to hold on for his team.
Dude, I think they are 1 point away,
might
right?
have another chance here.
They really might.
They really do have an opportunity. Everyone
Dude,
who
they
has
are
to
2
leave countdown,
points away.
you get
Fuck,
the feeling
man.
that only 1, maybe 2 teams will be able to make it out alive. LG, they control the southern side of zone. We've been talking about that fight.
He needs to get
potentially
2 more
breaking out a few moments ago. It could
points
be the final fight
to
between
have a match
the
point.
two teams we have in this lobby.
Well, will we see Blackhand be able to spoil the party for Optic Gaming? A team which has dominated throughout this tournament and are still alive in this final circle as well. Now Oxygen starting to make their move across the top of Countdown, looking to try and get a slightly better position and having good eyes on this team that are just locking themselves in. It's Element 6 who have just locked down this building ahead of them.
Element 6 have been in here for quite some time. And Optic, from a distance, are influencing the fight themselves. I mean, every bit of damage that Optic can do in this position, Dan, it's going to be brilliant because you know that multiple teams are going to fall. Reeds almost falls himself, Aiden has fallen, and now Vayne left on his own for Oxygen Esports. Slayers and Tyler still up here for E6.
Optic are taking a look at this as well. Optic want to get as much damage as possible. Their biggest threat is going to be LG Chivas at the south of the map because all these teams are taking so much damage on the northern side.
and the zone is pulling to them. They have a nice spot.
Any extra pieces to secure as
Really
much
good
placement as
spot.
possible.
I mean,
They'll
Optic are
win
just
this.
playing on the low ground. They're not interested. They want all of these teams to take each other out. They've made the decision to wait.
GG's.
As solos and duos will surely fall their way.
GG's. Optic won it.
Roy just needs 2 KP. E6 and MDYY take each other out. Dreamfire hit match point. But Optic might steal it away still.
Dreamfire do it, but
Blackhand.
will they get a chance to
Come
even
on.
play on match point? LG
Blackhand
Chivas,
and Optic.
Blackhand,
Come on.
and Optic Gaming in the final 3 is Optic doing damage from a distance. Do Blackhand and Chivas know who is in this final circle with them?
Oh, player K. He's got a Kraber, and this might make things a little bit
That
more difficult
Kraber
for
is gonna
Optic
change
Gaming. But what an opportunity for Optic
the
once
chances
more.
of
Couldn't
winning
get it done in the last game,
for
in the
Optic.
3v3. Well, now it's a 3v3v3.
And what a journey it's been for Optic, all the way from stacks, making it over towards this countdown landslide area.
Dude, that Kraber
Chivas,
is
though,
dangerous.
hold prime position. Not only are they closest to the center of the circle, but they have cover to work with as well. And Optic maybe know that. Dark Veil goes down, so they can get a little bit of a closer look to Blackhand.
I think they just had to burn that Dark Veil there.
Yo,
Optic.
LG got the zone.
Excel's going to be going down though, so they might be in a
Oh.
position if they can buy enough time to wait for those
Okay.
ultimates to come
Another
back. But this
wall.
Kraber
They need
could
that.
be the difference between us having more Apex on
Be
our
careful,
screens
man. Be careful.
or Optic having a chance to win this game.
Dude, why is LG shooting? They should
The
just
final
chill
round
out
starts to
and
close
let
here in Birmingham.
Optic and Blackhand fight. I really don't get it, why they are shooting.
Blackhand find a corner, and this is good for Optic. Optic forcing Blackhand and LG a little bit closer to each other. Optic are taking damage here, Dan, and Optic are being forced to retreat, and Notch, he's got no shields.
Nah.
Skittle Cakes is down! Dropped is down! But Nox is still alive. The dream is still alive for Optic. But
Dude.
it's looking like this could be the end of the road. The Cowboy
Oh.
goes down. It's one more game here in Birmingham as LG going to the final fight against Blackhand.
If Blackhand win this, they could get onto match point, but no! LG will deny. They've been holding strong, but Strafing Flame said he struggled with pressure. Well, now pressure is on your shoulders.
They are punching
Just
him,
as
dude.
our LG, he gets punched down.
He gets booted in the face. LG with the win here.
Dude, the disrespect.
Arguably the most consistent team that we've had in Birmingham from the moment that we landed. But Optic again. Optic, Optic, Optic. 2 chances now.
The
2
disrespect.
opportunities missed.
And will they live to Roy this day? Because
What is he
Dreamfire
doing?
now find themselves on
Dude,
match point.
chill.
We have 2 teams going into match
The
6.
camera
They
is on
could
you.
be winning this competition. But as for LG, as for Blackhand, they did their job. They stopped Optic from winning the tournament here and now. But Blackhand, if they had won that final 3v3, they would have also been on match point.
Match point pressure might be something that's starting to affect Optic Gaming just a little bit.
Dude, Dreamfire, they got the point.
Dreamfire saying to Roy, Great
Yeah,
job,
yeah, they got a
You
point.
survived just long enough to have us joining Optic Gaming
Yeah.
on match point. You summed it up. 2 teams now with an opportunity to win in our next game on World's Edge.
And most importantly for Dreamfire, they get that opportunity on World's Edge. If they don't convert here though, it gets so much more difficult as you go over to Storm Point where the contests have been happening. Do then Dreamfire give up Mill? Do they continue to take that fight? But this final circle, it was all about Blackhand. It was all about that Kraber. Had Blackhand at any point
I got the
over
chills.
towards LG and suddenly taken that Kraber shot and hit LG with it, it would have opened things up to Optic.
I thought for a second that they were going to send it on to LG, thinking that, hey, we've got to take care of them if we want to win this game, if we want to get on to match point ourselves. But you can see both teams just focus onto Optic Gaming. Now, it's not because they would have known it's Optic, it's because Optic were the first team that had to step into the open. The knock coming in from Yanya, by the way, you just felt that that was going to be the end of it, but Knock staying alive behind the knockdown shield, you wondered if Blackhand were going to sense an opportunity with LG distracted to send it onto them and maybe give Optic another opportunity.
And we saw right early on Optic Gaming use that Dark Veil, maybe too soon, but they were forced to because of the damage that they were taking as they tried to just stay alive, because they didn't have as much coverage, they didn't have as much objects to use to hide behind as the likes of LG and Blackhand did. But it was LG, 9 kills, 3.7k damage,
LG,
who
how
ensured
many
that we
points?
go further into a match 6 here at the ALGS Championship.
38
Be a
points.
little bit harsh on LG there. 3.7, that's 1 off of 3.8.
Hey,
Let's
I
round
rounded
up.
down. I
Let's
rounded
round
down.
up, okay? To be fair, math's still very much yours, so I'll leave that for you, but what a performance it was. Dreamfire joining Optic Gaming on match point. Blackhand so close, but also yet so far. This was your match 5 results. LG with that win, 9 kills alongside it, 21 points in total.
And even though it doesn't send LG Chivas onto match point, it does send them into the top 5. And that is going to be important when you start to get to the business end here at the championships, and when teams are getting onto match point and the end is beginning to loom. You need to be as high in this table as possible if you are not the team to win for all that juicy prize money.
A lot of pros say that no, the Kraber should not be in round.
Elsewhere, FaZe, they were in a pretty good position at one point in
But
that
what
game,
do
but
pros
weren't
know?
able to get the points that they needed to get onto match point. NRG fell to Pioneers and the little tear that they went on momentarily. Down at the bottom alliance, that contest is starting to hurt them, but these are the 2 teams, Dan, that everybody is now chasing.
The 2 teams that everyone will have their eyes on, whether it's...
See you later, kids. See you later, boys. It's a great run. Josh, if you're listening...
How did you just spill all of that water on yourself? And you got wet socks.
I love wet socks.
Which is what you like.
I love wet socks. I'm about to feel right at home, bro. Unbelievable.
Zicky goes drop skin is frozen skin.
That's hilarious. I'm so sorry. I love you, dude.
Can I get a muffin too? Is that possible? The all chocolate, dark chocolate.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Thank you. I know it's his job, but asking people to get shit from me is cringe. I know. I hate it.
指挥，尤其是百地，所以我明天想带领他们去更好、更进一步。 肯定是的，因为只要在赛场之上，我会一直比较有激情。只有感觉在线下比赛的时候，观众为我欢呼的时候，我才感觉自己真正活着。
我觉得
Cool music,
不
dude.
同点是大概是大家比以往更想要赢得这个胜利，然后让大家看到我们，就是想要证明自己。我们有4个人，然后分别都去参与了研究了。 每一个跳点的所有队伍的特别打法，以及他们玩什么角色，都在干什么，然后去针对我们的路线去加以改善。就是这次对我感受，可能就是我们成功以一个完全正式的部分。我觉得这应该是我们平常这么会沟通的原因，然后再加强一点沟通，就会变成这样子，就会变成你们看到的这样。我一直认为北美赛区是最强的队伍，但是现在你们看到了，我们这个东南亚赛区也崛起了。 大家要小心！谢谢你们来支持我们，感谢你们一路从所有的赛事支持到现在，不管是美国伦敦的2次，还是现在这一次的伯明翰，都非常感谢你们。
Dude, he's so nice. I like the guys from Dreamfire.
You love feeling the energy from
I
our
want
players
them to
here from
win. That's it.
Dreamfire as they sit currently
I
at
want them
match
to win.
point alongside Optic Genome. What a performance it's been so far with 21 kills, 21 assists, 25 knockdowns. That's actually insane.
I mean, what's insane is how many important end games we've seen already. Are you kidding me? Optic get 2 chances back-to-back, very good spots, all 3 of them alive. But they can't close it out. Blackhand, they had the opportunity to get up to 50 in match point there themselves. They just miss out, but Dreamfire, after that very risque drop by Optic starting over on Storm Point, finally make it over the line themselves.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, you know what helps and contributes to that? When you have these amazing, comfortable chairs that help you and your gameplay. Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs are being used at today's events. Make sure to check out the new colorways on Embody Gaming online. The new colors have a white base,
I wanted to get
galaxy,
this chair,
and
but
amethyst upholstery. So make
it's
sure
like
to
3 times
check
the
out
money.
the custom Herman Miller Gaming heirloom embody chairs.
It costs
created
3 times
specifically
more than
for
this chair
year's
from
ALGS
Secret Lab.
Champs winning team.
I mean, if you're feeling a little bit stressed after that, you just recline straight into the chair and all of a sudden, all your worries go away, huh?
Hey, I mean, I gotta start peeping at that. Maybe see if I could scoot one away because they look absolutely way too comfy. Maybe it allows me to have my face all the way up to my screen without hurting my back, and then maybe pop off.
I know the Herman Miller doesn't compare to this chair, but
Honestly, if anyone's
I don't know
screwing
the
away
price
with it,
difference
it's
is
Optic
so
at the
high.
moment, right? Even though they haven't managed to close it out, they are still up on 80 points, 30 points clear of Dreamfire, who are, snuck in the exact amount they need to get to match point. Right, they got 50.
My chair is disabled.
There was a very
Dismember
famous
him.
game where
I need
the
to
old Moist Boys,
fix
and
it
they were
after.
Team Burger at the time,
Oh,
they
yeah.
won a game on 49
That's not a great look.
points on match point, right? That can be the difference. So Dreamfire just squeaking that 1 extra point in here. It's huge, and it means now we've got 2 teams on match point, 2 teams that could walk away with it here.
Let's not waste any more time. That was game 5 in the hands of LG Chivas. Moving on to game number 6 on World's Edge, now beating 2 teams at match point. This could be it,
How many
everybody.
points they need?
This could be the game.
A lot.
Optic has
Okay.
looked so incredibly scary.
Let's go.
Ever since they hit match points, they've been within the top 3, getting 2nd place in a game they could have easily won against NRG. Game number 4, where Energy stopped them, prevented them from taking champs. We've also been seeing 50-50s go down here on World's Edge, but it looks like it's not happening.
Exactly.
And that's a smart move from Alliance. I mean, I was waiting for this. How long are you going to keep contesting until you call it quits and say, okay, we need to get some points?
At the start of the day, Alliance actually said they were going to land Fragment. It was all a ruse. They wanted to take on the dojo, but they've fallen down. They were the ones who got slammed into the mat, and eventually they're the ones who have to give it up, drop the ego, and try and get themselves back into the fight after losing that many contests in a row. Alliance is sitting in 19th spot. They've only picked up 9 points so far in this game.
I mean, that's the outcome when you keep trying to go for these 50-50s. And unfortunately, you haven't won one. You haven't really been able to play the game, in all honesty.
Okay, we're having a look over here at Countdown. Now, we saw a circle pull to this just a moment ago, and it seems like we've had so many run-back options here. World's Edge, Stormpoint, either way, the circle just likes pairing up with
if they manage to get 3 points,
the match
they
before. So
reach match
this time, it allowed Dreamfire
they are
to
contenders
get just
for
over,
winning.
right? Having them that really home
That's nice.
circle for them really allowed them to just squeak it over the
NRG
edge. Even though
approaching
just
Blackhand.
Roy alive at the end there doing that. Now they've once again got the chance. Can they stay
Dude,
alive?
I'm gonna go real fast to the bedroom.
Can they walk away with it here?
Or can Blackhand scoot their way through with only 3 points needed for Blackhand to be sitting at match point alongside Optic and Dreamfire? We're gonna have to see, because it actually looks like Blackhand has wasted no time rotating away from Landslide and actually making appearance already in Countdown.
And it looks like this time, I mean, sure, it's a slightly different circle. It could actually go up towards Skyhook.
Yo, what?
Optic, of course, one of our two match point teams. We need to keep our eye on them. We can't take them off them, especially not when they're in a fight with the Sand.
And with that nade too from dropped, has to back away. So does Noctu, gets beamed on the other side against Ascent. Meanwhile, Skittlecake, the fragger himself, trying to stay alive with the limited ammunition that he has on the R9.
The crowd wants more Apex. You can hear them cheering for Ascent here. They want this day to continue, and
no way he gets away with this. He knows. Oh, he actually. Oh, the Watson
They are
fence.
fucking fence.
The Watson fence on the fly. Starting can't get away. The gravity lift. Ascent get eliminated by the third party right afterwards by Realize.
Realize come in on top of the. Neither team will walk away. It must be a little bit demoralizing too, honestly. I mean, you know, Optic, hopefully they understand in their head that the crowd's not necessarily against them as players. They're just against the game ending already because they want this series to continue on. That means Dreamfire, the only match point eligible team left alive.
We want some more good Apex. Optic Gaming, no chance for you in this game 6.
But does that hurt them mentally? I mean, after coming so close twice in a row, has it started to just work its way through their motivation, how they're playing to this, how they're feeling in this series?
Come on, TSM, do something.
At that point, you come so close yet so far, and you're still at threat with Dreamfire being at match point. Ooh, the gravity lift. All right. He did end up using it for his own benefit, getting away from that situation.
Dreamfire,
actually gets beamed on
the zone is pulling right to them. They have match point. This is not looking good.
As you can see, they're currently occupying the building that Dreamfire
for the rest of the teams.
Last time. That said, it was more of a countdown-centric circle. This one, as we've noted, could go up towards Skyhook as well, and that's where you've got teams like FaZe, Pulverex, Oxygen, Moist, and Element 6 placing their bets.
If it does continue pulling south, though, that means that all these teams over by Skyhook are going to be funneled into the line of sight of the team that has that northern building by Countdown without having to give up their position, specifically thinking about Blackhand and their composition and the Watson. You have the Gen to negate any grenade damage. You are able to put yourself in a better spot with those Watson fences. It's important because with, 4 or 5 teams in that Skyhook area that we're currently seeing with a nice overhead shot, you can see that if the circle does pull away, it's only between you going up that hill from the low ground and little to no cover other than the rocks.
Well, that's what makes Blackhand's position better than someone perhaps like NRGs, who are on the south side of Countdown, because if it does pull up to Skyhook, Blackhand are a lot closer. You know, an evac tower will get them there into Skyhook. There's a lot better sort of safe hedging of a bet and their options there for Blackhand. Now, Moist Esports, you can see they're sitting on 19 points at the moment. Hasn't been a fantastic start to the series. I mean, I say start because it feels like
isn't the window there?
This day has barely started.
Dude, isn't
but,
the window there?
6 people are taking a tilt at the title right now. I can't believe how fast it's gone, and honestly, Moist probably feel the same because they've only managed to cobble together a few points at this point in time.
Who knows?
Yeah, we have like 2 different sections
It
of the
may
game
be.
in the past.
The zone is pulling right to Dreamfire,
where it feels very
which
volatile,
they are
whether
on mesh points, so this might be the last game.
Opportunities off those 50-50s, and then we don't really have too much action mid-game, and then late game is where we see all the chaos. And it's not even the end game, just the later part of the game where most of these teams get weeded out at the very end.
And I guess the other thing is, the games literally are shorter this season, right? With the changes we saw to the rings, the game's now ending in roughly 20 minutes rather than, say, 22. That speeds things up just a little bit and makes it a little bit harder for those edge teams like Alliance, like LG, who are sitting over all the way down in Harvester at the moment. And yeah, look, Alliance trying to get some nice shots there onto MD White. The dome of protection goes out. You know that's MD White as the only team playing Gibraltar in the lobby.
Alliance now finally being able to play on World's Edge. MDY White stuck inside, but they're rocking the Catalyst on top of the Gibraltar here. Trying to reinforce those doors as the black hole opens up the door. Sending up the Arc Stars, backing away, taking a split position to hold both angles, just in case they try to sandwich them and wrap around and isolate MDY White.
Realize, lurking. They need to finish this one off quickly as Realize do pull in. There you go. You can see Karompu and Songjun here. Just grabbing some high ground, waiting for some more knocks.
MDY White now. Beiju has to be careful. Backing away. Minya also taking a little bit of damage, but has to go Evo to get back to health just as quick. Alliance now backing away with the catwall. They burned that up, and now they can actually try to move in for a third party with this timing.
Which team is going to come out on top in this three-way scuffle here? Alliance seems to be taking it pretty slow, and that might work out for them until Realize get involved. They've decided this is the perfect time. Oh my god, I don't think Alliance realized they were there.
Oh, the gravity lift now for Realize to get into a much better position. You can't go for the reset here when you get immediately dove on by Realize. Goodbye,
Alliance is still demoralized.
MDY White. The victors are going to be Realize off of this fight alone, but waiting in the distance, hearing all this action, Genome, it's going to be Iron Blood Gaming.
Yeah, MDY White, they tried to escape in the chaos there.
Dojo destroyed their spirit.
Up the hill away from
For real.
Epicenter,
Timmy
IBG
destroyed their
waiting
spirit.
for them, with Realize finishing them off as well. Those two, who knows, maybe there's another fight in the wings over here at Epicenter, but the action will be concentrating on the northwest of the map. With that zone pull, it does feel like it's a lot more likely it's ending in Skyhook now, maybe even towards the entrance that goes up into Countdown, but either way, as we said, this is why that spot from Blackhand is important, and Dreamfire have to actually make a move.
Good point there, because Blackhand will also be able to have a much better rotation looking at that northern building that they're holding down in Countdown, but also want to point out the slower pace that we may see inevitably, because if it is a Skyhook circle finish, which is what it looks like, there's going to be a lot more space for more teams to take control of. So you're going to have a lot more teams in those later circles if that does.
Yo, yeah, Max. That's it. Hit the like, hit the like.
Just kind of always the way it
If
plays
you
out
don't
in
want to
Skyhook,
like it,
isn't
no,
it? You
there is
can
no
see
problem.
Fuse,
Thank you though, if you
with
did.
the high Catalyst pick rates we've been seeing, almost 70% in this tournament. Fuse a good counter to that. You don't have to waste grenades. You don't have to get up close and personal to use your melee to
far
deal
away
with those
from the match
reinforced
point.
doors. You can just spam
They will
that
need
Q
like
ability on cooldown.
at least
TSM,
2 more
great
games,
day for them
2
so
more
far. They're
good
looking
games
get back into this.
to reach
And
match
honestly,
point.
I mean, after their running
And I don't think that
I mean,
will happen.
the script writes itself for this team, honestly. You mentioned the Fuse. Reps has not moved away
They
from
need
the
like
Fuse
30
pick,
points.
but we highlighted Black
Yeah,
Hand's positioning. I
like
also want to
28
highlight
points.
TSM and the spot that they're
2
currently
good
holding
games.
right now. If it does pull towards Skyhook, they can
1 win
gatekeep the teams that may want to wrap around
and
into a longer rotation.
yeah,
into
basically
Skyhook.
2 wins.
On the outskirts of Countdown, they could also
I
hold
don't
down
think they will do that.
Vault tunnel.
Exactly, you can see they've got
Ooh.
access to it here, and it's actually going to be a good spot for
what
them.
that-
LG on
what
the
is
other
that
side.
zone,
You
dude?
see, TSM, they need to be decisive. They go straight for it, and with their closer position, they are going to be okay. You can see LG, though,
I didn't
Luminosity
expect
are
that zone
using
to
the
pull
evac
that
tower, so
way.
they'll be over the top. Probably no one for TSM to gatekeep. Can they make it into Diner in time? Currently, no one in that spot.
Oh, Realize though, finding themselves in a fight. On the corner, it's going to be LG who landed right on top of them here. Oobly having to restabilize, as well as Krompe, who's going to be able to go on the bottom. He's got the Digi threat, being on top of that Bang pick as well. Seungjun from Realize having to back away, trying to pop the shield bat. But it's been more of a patient fight here between these two teams. I'm not expecting a third party from any of the teams in Skyhook because they want to secure those buildings. They do not want to give up free positioning for other teams to grief them.
Couple of kills for Pioneers, though. Still a smile on Naski's face. It's kind of been plastered there all day since they've been winning those contests, hasn't it?
Love that. You absolutely love that. You love that attitude from Naski. The IGL from KCP.
Yeah.
Realize now.
I like
Still
Jinaski
continuing on
for
with
that.
this fight. The Beast of the Hunt has been called in. Dreamfire on the other side of Countdown. They have not left from this positioning, but the teams that will be rotating outside of Countdown, Dreamfire, NRG, Black Hand, Iron Blood Gaming.
Yeah, and you can see they're right next to each other right now, though. We do have NRG down the bottom. They've got the Watson fences set up. Are Dreamfire going to drop on them? Will they try and go past them and make their way further into Skyhook? All these questions. There are still several buildings unoccupied. The diner we talked about before. TSM haven't taken that. They've actually gone a little bit further into Skyhook. And as I think you mentioned earlier, Vicky, this could be a pretty chill next circle as all the teams within the buildings opt to stay in there for as long as they can.
The same might not be said, though, for the teams that have to rotate outside
Yo,
of Countdown. Imagine what a bloodbath it could be.
I don't think they will
Basically
make
going
it.
into the firing range for Moist Esports.
Yo,
holding onto
Black
the
Hand
rooftop
still
and
didn't get the
overlooking
2
the
points.
action of the teams that may be funneled
Oh,
out of
nobody
Countdown
died.
into the direction
Okay.
if they want to rotate towards Skyhook West. That is to say, that is the option that those teams may want to go for, because look at that circle. You can see it in the mini-map. You can see the pings from Black Hand. They've already noted it, and
They won
you
their
can already
points.
see what Easy Flash is trying to do here. They put in some pressure, but the pings are there, so the decision-making may be put down from Black Hand soon.
I mean, if Black Hand win this fight, I mean, there's Dreamfire and NRG. If they wipe them out, who knows? They could even actually pop down and grab the ring console to give them that information. But look, I'd say that's an outside chance. Most likely, these teams are going to have to come to blows with only a minute to do that before the next circle comes in. I don't know if there's time to enact that plan. It might just be fighting, and that's it.
Calm before the storm. You have less than 45 seconds now, and Dreamfire is right on top of NRG. Black Hand waiting just in case if they could try to contest this fight, or do they want to get ahead of this rotation? If they go too far early, they could get pinched by the team that ends up on top from this fight in Countdown.
I mean, the big problem for all these teams is there's already teams locked in those buildings. Okay, look, let's worry about Dreamfire for now. They've finally tried to make their move, but look at this, the piercing spikes right on top of them.
Oh, no.
How can they get out of this?
It slows you down on top of that Easy Flash, popping up on NRG, leaving only one before they get eliminated and sent right back to the lobby. 15 squads left. Dreamfire have the gravity lift, go right back up on top of the roof. But in this time, Black Hand has already moved.
Exactly, Black Hand, IBG, oh my god, are they throwing away their life right now to try and take out Dreamfire? Because I don't know what their exit strategy is. They have just got their eyes locked on the only match point eligible team remaining in this lobby.
Gino, this circle's closing in, and this circle makes your eyes cry. Now with the circle closing in and all this fights happening over by Countdown, you're gonna get gate capped. Black Hand's already moved.
They're
and
right
Dreamfire
above
are gonna commit to this. E6 also get eliminated in your feed.
Look, Dreamfire, they get the drop there, but it's not going to be enough. A war of attrition, a Pyrrhic victory at the very best.
Yeah, get that point. Get that point.
He did the last one alive for Dreamfire. Scooting all the way down.
Nah,
And
he's
this
not-
is the gatekeep that I was
he's better
expecting.
than
It is
them.
Moist waiting for them.
Ooh,
On the
yeah.
other side, we are going on to a new game right after this.
Okay,
Optic died.
game 7 is coming up.
Optic is
Ladies
not
and
in the
gentlemen,
game.
we've got to see, though, who could be moving on to match point now. FaZe, they're sitting at 45 currently. LG sitting at 40. There's a couple of teams still alive, Vicky,
Oh, yeah,
that
Optic
can make
died.
it further.
Crazy how close as well that Black Hand was. We have to see. So we can see Dojo, another one of our teams on our radars.
I mean, they're in a fantastic spot. Dojo, Pulverex, TSM, FaZe, all within buildings, within the zone right now. LG, Shivas, they're outside, but still in a good spot. Imagine if an LCQ team took out the championship. This is crazy.
Ah, look at the crowd. He looked at the crowd, did you see?
All right, man, Timmy, come on.
But then that's also through the chant of TSM ringing through the crowd, giving them energy as they hold down their building. They want to see the pop-off game that they know TSM can have. Moist fighting on the edge of this circle. It's FaZe that's inside of this building right to their left. They throw out the nade, they wait with the piercing spikes, but up above them and in front of them, it is going to be LG and FaZe to their left.
They can't get in, can't even peek through and get any damage. There's about a 2-second window after you blow off those reinforced doors where you cannot reinforce it. That's the window you've got to work with. These guys, they can't do anything in that time because LG were locking down the sights at them.
Ooh,
Farming
nice
that
knuckle.
damage with the knuckle cluster from the Fusey. Oxygen Esports is playing outside of TSM's building. You see the EMP ring out in the building that is being shared by 3 other squads. Make it forth with Realize making an appearance. It's Dojo, Pulverix, KCP, and Realize fighting on the outskirts of this building alone and on the edge of the circle.
You can see Saku in the drone there, popping that EMP on his APAC North teammates beforehand. I think Realize may have got the reset and continued on here, so merely Evo damage from Pulverix in use of that ultimate. But they do have the root. It'll keep them in for quite a while, assuming they can fend off this push.
Osaka going down though. Shami has to look right behind him. Look who comes in from the zip line, and look who comes in from the skies. A Rez with the respawn beacon on the building that has not just 2 teams, 3 total squads with LG looking on. This is crazy.
I think it was KCP that actually just pulled off that Moby res there.
I cannot believe this. KCP with that res. Gonna be able to move all the way up onto that 2nd floor. The fact that they got the res and the reset is insane. The EVA 8 shots ringing inside this 1st floor of the building. Find him outside. Serdal gets taken out. It's only up to Nasky, who is fully up and healthy, playing around the head glitch of the desk before sliding through the smoke. They have to finish fight quickly, and KCP come out on top, taking out Dojo.
I mean, Nasky's face, it's like there's no pressure on him. It's like he's playing a ranked game at home. How is he this calm right now?
Dude, that play going behind them was so smart.
Having to keep your cool. Hal moves up. He takes down the reinforcements on the door, though. He gets speeding the moment he pops his head. He still is able to find Vayne. With that knock, he goes right back to go for the reset.
Yo, Hal making moves.
To help him out, sending the grenade all the way up to the other side of the fence line. Realize playing on the outskirts. This final ring is closing, and sooner or later, TSM have to funnel outside this building.
If LG can stay hidden behind the wall, they actually may be in the best spot to avoid the carnage that is about to ensue in this lobby. 6 teams left, most of them just about to move out of cover.
The ring, adding in some assistance. Be your own sometimes, or you have to fight your life from the ring. Having to look behind you, that building shares that boardway. KCP, Zane alive, drops down, double catwalk called in. 6 squads remain. The creeping barrage from Moist knocks down Nasty. KCP in trouble as they get cleared out.
You've got almost no idea who you're shooting at. It doesn't matter which team they're from. You've just got to find a target and click.
It's a chance from the crowd giving TSM the energy they need. From the chat as well, the supporters, to give TSM the dub as FaZe.
Dude, TSM is winning.
TSM though,
I don't understand what is going on.
There's a fracas behind the wall,
that is TSM right there, right?
at the last moment.
Yeah, they won. They won.
Nice,
the boys.
And TSM
Good job.
6 champions.
Good job. Nice, nice, nice. Yes, the boys from TSM, I think they got the match point, right? Oh no, FaZe got the match point before them. That's crazy. 40 points, yeah, they need another game like this and they qualify for match point.
Oh man, what a bloodbath of a final circle, Genome. TSM taking the win patiently, holding that building.
Dude, why Raven always stays in the shadow with his head in shadows?
They waited
Anyways,
by the truck side,
be right back,
close
boys.
the countdown before making the rotation through the vault tunnel when the 3rd circle had revealed itself. And in that moment, they knew, we have to go through the tunnel. It's not about gatekeeping, it's about holding down a building in that circle. I believe with that patience, they got the dub and 6 KP, if my math is correct here.
It was a beautiful play by TSM. So many other teams took up early positions in the buildings and felt a bit locked in by then, but coming in through the vault tunnel a little bit later has paid massive dividends for the North American team. And look at that, 40 points they're up to now, Vicky, within knocking distance of that match point eligibility.
With so many teams also performing consistently, I think about FaZe, how many more teams meet up with Optic, meet up with Dreamfire in this match point format finals day. We're gonna have to see as we tally up the score. Guys, over by the desk, tell us what you thought after that game 6.
Well, thank you so much, Vicky and Genome, for all that you've been doing to keep it hype in the crowd here at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham. Rain Day, Glitter, Spider Tiff, and Dia on the desk talking about it. TSM finally get a win after 6. We don't know how many more we will go, though. That's the specialty of tonight in Glitter. It feels like a lot of teams are starting to find their stride, and maybe now they've been gifted a bit of a chance for that to happen.
Yeah, I think admittedly, match number 4 might be one of the most stressful moments that we've ever seen. Coming down to the wire between Optic and NRG.
Yeah.
NRG kind of giving all of the teams in the lobby another opportunity to continue playing out. Then we saw Dreamfire hit match point. Now, like you're saying, other teams starting to get closer, more teams getting on it, and it's just going to continue to heat up.
And Dia, walk me through how TSM made it happen as well, because she said it's really been about final circle mastery, and that's always what separates our match point teams. Not how many points you have. Can you put it together in the end? How did TSM do it?
I mean, it's exactly as you say, Rain Day. And at this point, TSM actually have one of the best spots in zone. One of the others that you could very well consider is FaZe, Realize, and Luminosity Gaming that hold each of the other cardinal directions in this particular ring. But what really separates TSM from the rest of the lobby, and I mean literally, is a catalyst wall. Just to get this very small corner of the ring to themselves. Having noticed that other teams were walling in opposite directions, TSM just have to separate themselves for long enough that they're the last team to come into view, making them a suboptimal target for anyone else. So at the point that everyone finally finishes going for LG, who would have otherwise been in a great spot, TSM just have to mop up.
That nade, though, Rain, at the end
So
was
good.
just disrespectful to close out the win.
And you can see that dynamic. There's so much history. TSM, former teammate Snipedown, who they have lifted trophies with as well, now playing for FaZe, having a chance to go toe-to-toe. TSM take this one, Tiff, but look at the top 10 here, and we'll go into our bottom 10 and overall results as you talk to us about the stories that have unfolded after these last 3 that we've seen.
Well, clearly the Sage that you were dancing around with when we were casting over LG Chivas getting gifted zones throughout the bracket stages is clearly still going, so that's really great to see. But a lot of our teams that are finding some success. I just talked to a young fan on my way up here rooting for the Pioneers, and maybe that gifted them a nice double-digit game as well. So as our teams start to get closer, but it's the games like Optic, yes, on match point since game 3, I touched on it earlier saying just because you can get there in 3 doesn't mean we're ending in 3, but it gives a little bit of more urgency to the other teams in the lobby, knowing that it can end on any point. And if you're, sitting in 18th place and only 10 points separate you from a top 5 finish, the top of the line that's going to affect the bottom dollar on the prize pool as well.
It will.
And a big part of the teams that you're seeing now in the bottom 10 is as a result of their late rotates. We've seen over the course of this tournament that when starting, we had a lot of Fuse, a lot of Bangalore, and we still have plenty of Bangalore, but importantly, their siege, or rather instant engage compositions that rely on projectiles to do it. Going over the course of the rest of the tournament, we then saw a lot of Watson pop into the meta, and this time around, all the teams that you're seeing pile in at the top are those that are getting to zone early and prioritizing positioning over anything else. That is, with the notable exception of Black Hand, who are instead using that same Watson-style composition to counter-engage.
You both bring up great points. One, if it gets to 3, it doesn't mean it's ending in 3 more, or 4, or 5. It could end in 11, and that reference was to Ascend winning a Split 1 playoffs, I think last year or the year before, when Alliance had gotten on, I believe, after 2 with the points coming into it. Now you can also see here, you have to change your game, Dia. You have to rotate and plan around winning a final circle now. The game shifts once you get to match point, and as it shifts,
it's kinda getting dangerous.
different ways to execute and be successful. Pioneers, TSM, Dojo,
Already
Realize, NRG.
5
The
teams
remainders of our top 10,
on
though,
match
still
point.
playing the first part of this game, which is get enough points to have a chance to win. Man, it's really incredible the amount of stories that we've seen develop here and the way this community has shown up. I just can't tell you how important it is to one day, if you are a fan of Apex and the ALGS, make your way to one of our events. It is truly a magical place. There's nothing like it, and we will continue to highlight the special moments that happen here. But special moments have also been happening in-game as the leaders of this lobby may not just be the points leaders, they might be...
What is we doing?
We got more chips here at team, and I would love that out of you.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yo, hi Suyo.
Now, what teams do you think make match point if it doesn't end here? KCP only 3 points away. TSM 100% makes it here, I guarantee it. They're 10 points away. I don't think Dojo does. I feel like Energy might. 18. Needed for match point. I feel like Energy might get a W here, bro. To be real. We'll see. We shall see. Black pepper and honey sounds crazy for a throat.
Bro.
Black pepper for your throat's good? Grab it.
Drop goes Kashir, why come mod when Geyser is free? And then Obley goes classic Ascend mystery drop. As he's the one that lands their mystery.
Yeah. I love it.
Watching Chips. Who is Chips?
That's so funny. He literally Misty dropped him, bro. Obley's just literally instigating bullshit. He's so funny.
He's literally vengeance.
Yeah.
My favorite team. I don't know, man.
Urine fixes sore throats immediately.
TSM Alliance, Dojo,
what?
and Black Hand
my sore throat fixed
that
anytime
are
soon.
in the final. But
All right, where's the zone go?
I don't
Storm
think
Boy out. Where do you think? Where do you think?
neither of them will win.
Gale.
Going Gale Station? Fuck, dude. Gale?
I honestly want a team with hype around them to win, because if not, and let's say a team like Optic wins, right? Nothing against Optic, but they are not a hype team. They don't have fans and things like that, and I don't know. It will be like that year when Kangurna won, and nobody cared. You know? Do you know what I mean?
That's Eric Rona Snipe down, who is back here in the Apex scene. He took a little hiatus, but he has actually found a way to be on that kill leaderboard. Will FaZe continue the story? They've had a lot of questions, a lot of high hopes, and maybe a little bit of pressure. We'll see if they can relieve it here. The ALGS MVPs, however, are available to vote for on your screen. All you got to do is hashtag on Twitter, on Twitch, anywhere that you can basically hashtag and post something. We will be tracking those votes for you, and we'll also be including our own votes behind the scenes to come up with your ALGS MVP. Alliance losing has a negative effect on my hair. Oh my god, this is good. Oh my god, and the style as well.
That Asu?
Fans are showing up. I can't tell you how many fans are showing up dripped out.
The hairline is looking okay, though.
Yeah, it does. It looks pretty. The hairline's safe for now.
It is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you
Yo,
know I
is
gotta
that
get
Asu?
hyped. You know why? Because it's my favorite segment of the day. It's WD Black. What's in your pack? And this time, Tiff, you get the hype toss as well. The 30-30 repeater. This has become such a mainstay in our game. Talk to me about it.
It has. It
MVP?
debuted back in season 8
I
and
don't
ever
think they
since,
announced
more
it yet.
frequently on the recent
I
season,
think
coming
they
into champs,
announced
a
it
lot of
in the
teams
end,
have been
right?
utilizing it a lot.
After
You
the
can see
winners.
does 36% more damage by aiming down the sights, but you can also throw on that Skull Piercer for an additional 35% damage. And the Skull Piercer is an attachment that's frequently in crafting, so a lot of our teams will sit there, they'll grab it, and just effectively be able to anchor down on the high ground, dealing suppressive damage and getting maybe an opening knock or initially getting a crack. And Dia?
The important thing about this weapon as well is that since it's so often used as a secondary weapon, it can actually clutch up engagements. It's one of the marksman weapons that, and I miss scatter shots too, guys, but that still has incredibly effective hip fire. Things like the G7 simply don't measure up in terms of not only damage per bullet, but accuracy when you're trying to clutch up an engagement.
Well, thank you so much for taking a look at what is in your pack. That's our sponsored segment with WD Black. We always love them, all the support they've been given. We're going to do quick final thoughts. I know you want me to throw really quickly, but I had promised I want Tiff to just get your expectation. When is this ending? Because we may not be back here till it is ending.
Look, we've been sprinting back and forth all throughout this stadium with Optic has been in the final three for a long time, but now that we have multiple teams on match point, it could end this very game. But for me, I'd already predicted 9, but it could be 7.
Yeah, Dojo
Okay,
will
I said
be
9-2
cool.
glitter. What's the number?
Really
Quickly.
cool.
If it's this one, it'll be the same situation for KCP and Split 2 playoffs. Where they got a
Also,
match
it
point
helps that
when
Himi has a
we
bigger
ended.
audience,
They're in 6 at 47.
and that will bring a lot of attention to
No,
Apex.
I didn't get a clear number, but I'm going to
Just think about that
give a good
too.
answer. Dia, do you have a number?
There's no reason
Maybe
not to
that's
be
the script.
confident. I'm going
Who knows
10,
what
and
the
I
script
want 10
prepared for us.
We're going all the way. I'm ready.
The crowd in Birmingham would be hype about 10. I certainly would as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready for a little bit more Apex. The players are ready. They're back in their seats. The match point drama continues.
Yeah.
Let's head back to our casters to get it going.
Thank you so much,
Yo,
Ray Day.
look at
10
the
games,
cup.
Zia, you know what? I would not be opposed to that.
Look at
I'm
the
always
cup.
down for some more Apex Legends, especially at this caliber when we welcome even more teams sitting at match points. I'm even seeing some banter in the comp chat. Someone called Snipe an old man. I mean, come on, gotta put some respect on your elders. FaZe are sitting at match point.
Dude,
It's about
come
moving
on,
something
dude.
here as we make the transition onto Storm Point.
I mean,
He's only 40.
I hope it's in the
He's not that old.
4 teams that are above him, because there's 15 teams sitting below FaZe right now. And with the 5th place at the last LAN as well, I gotta say, those old man hands go all right.
Sometimes the reaction time doesn't really get delayed the older you get. It's just about the skill that you have to progress with depending on the state of Apex Legends and making the adjustments that you need. You know, hearing the story about FaZe and how they've been able to get here and so far has actually been very entertaining. Phony taking the reins over guiding FaZe to the position that they're currently in right now.
And you know, it's even interesting thinking back to the times where, you know, people were having a go at Snipe Down, saying that, you know, he was washed after he's coming back from Halo and changing games, all that kind of stuff, right? It's been a massive, massive, you know, changeover to see him actually prove himself at LAN time and now time again. So sitting in 5th, FaZe are one of those teams on match point right now. And now we are joined also by Legacy DF.
I just want to make a note, ever since the addition of Storm Points, every match point final has ended on Storm Points. Going on to game number 7 now. Can this be it? Or are we going to welcome even more teams to sit at match point? Let's get started. Let's not waste any more time. Storm Point, game number 7, here in this finals lobby.
We've had contests all around the place so far. Going back onto Storm Point, we are, of course, watching with bated breath what is going to happen over at Mill. I can tell you, Optic definitely not landing there this time. They will not be playing a part. Pioneers, they're looking around because Dreamfire have not dropped with them. Dreamfire actually.
Yo, Black Hand isn't from South America.
Here. They're going to be taking on E36.
That's interesting. KCP have a moment to breathe just for right now, as they're going to be able to have all of Mill to themselves. Dreamfire are going to be in Armor Cave right now, close to the Spiders, where they can walk away with some great loot before rotating away from Cenote. Now, also thinking about where the circle could be pulling, but in the Cenote Cave area, this is also an invitation for IBG to maybe get involved between Enter Force 36 and Dreamfire.
Now, with contests down at Cenote Caves, you don't always see them go off right away, okay? You know, with Mill, those middle bins are so important that, as we saw, teams will just get into it straight away. Do you get a gun? Do you not? It's very much a 50-50, whereas it does feel more like a contest down here at Cenote Caves. So, will they actually run at each other or not? Will one of them try and get away with half of the loot that they have here? It does look like they want blood.
Calling in the evac tower says, I do not want any business. Maybe it's us, Zipp for real here, if they want to just prioritize the rotation here, but it's about getting on top of the high ground. It's fine, we'll take this fight. Enter Force 36 now dropping down after getting beamed.
Yeah, but you can see how important that initial damage is. Vorez has 4 cells. He just took 100 damage. Goodbye meds. Like, you have to be so careful with your approach here that, look, frankly, just going straight up the gravity lift like that is a very risky move, and it hasn't paid off.
Especially if you're trying to commit to a fight this far away from where the circle is going to be pulling, means that you're going to be starving on loot unless you have the opportunity to get a good rotation away from the squads that could just third party.
Okay, Dreamfire back up onto the roof. I mean, the other thing I suppose we should mention is that, you know, Dreamfire, this was their plan, obviously, going in, whereas E36 were probably not expecting this at all. So were they landing in a spot that was actually good to take this contest? If they got their plan sorted out, if someone does mystery drop on them, well, we'll have to see if
they can get the upper hand right now. It looks like they're just trying to stall it out with a couple of reinforced doors, there's piercing spikes to delay any kind of push by Dreamfire.
Bloodhound scans, so important when so little teams are running this composition, but it's about the information. Another evac tower being called in here.
I mean, I guess the other thing to note there was Enterforce 36 there are in last place, and that is sometimes, you know, teams will just go, well, okay, who's not playing well today? All right, I'm sending it at them. That might be why Dreamfire did decide to go down to Cenote.
I mean, let's be real, to them it's free points at that point, and if they need those points, they'll be able to capitalize. It's about getting on top of the high ground once again. Enterforce, though, taking the fight right back to them, get the hip fire shots on the 30-30 that we just premiered right now.
versus Dreamfire
Goes down. Dreamfire looking to reset. And it looks like they will be able to get that res.
Why aren't they
I mean,
pushing?
when they popped that evac tower, I wasn't sure if that was just a distraction or if E36 were trying to say, look, we don't want any part of this, just let us play our game, let us make the rotation, but by this point, frankly, it is too late. Any spots they would want to take over at the wall where this circle is pulling are well and truly occupied by now.
This fight's been going on for way too long.
I don't mind
Nobody
any of the
inside
maps.
to try to come in for the third party. On the other side, closer to Shipfall, E6 take care of Oxygen. Esports are first team to go out in this game.
Yeah, it hasn't been quite the, you know, the effort we thought from, you know, Oxygen in this time. We do see Blackhand taking out Pulverex there in the meantime. But yeah, look, Oxygen, they were, you know, sort of the dark horse. They did perform so well at Split 2 playoffs, but today they're struggling to make their way up that leaderboard on 25 points at the start of this this match.
Well, welcome to the hardest lobby in the entire tournament. This is finals day for a reason. You're dealing with the best of the best, as Dreamfire are going to be able to try to walk away if they have the opportunity. Enterforce 36 are still below them here, and while this fight has been going on for as long as it has, this is what we're waiting for. It's IBG now finally rotating away from the armory.
I mean, is this a fight or is it a siege? Are you waiting for them to run out of food before they get out of here? Dreamfire now with the bang coming down on top of them. I'm not sure they've even taken the shots yet from IBG.
I don't like
the
strategy that much.
In dire trouble.
But look at aimbot. Look at the fact that he's only got one
To stay in
shield
the
cell. You
ring
mentioned this
as
earlier before.
much as possible.
Here comes the drop now
and
too.
play
Enterforce
edge.
36 maybe have to cut their losses because while they're playing outside the circle, they won't have any meds to survive.
So they see the down, and that means that IBG go from, you know, binoculars mode to flying right into this fight.
Dude.
Green light on here, gonna be able to get that knock right afterwards. The ring gonna be able to help contribute to that finish. While IBG still looking to get engaged with the gravity lift to take on top of the roof, and currently it looks like Dreamfire are gonna cut their losses, saying the fact that they're at match point as a duo are just gonna start rotating away from this fight. Looks like IBG actually already sees them rotating. You could hear the pings coming in from Asia. And the fact that Enterforce 36 are still trying to live out through the circle from underneath and that second floor, it's gonna be a matter of time before they go down too.
Yeah, it's insane that E36 is still in this building. I guess that's just where they live now.
Gonna need to go into the circle. Meanwhile, the teams that have already gotten the prioritization in these spots have been already in the buildings of Wall. IBG finish off Enterforce 36 as we were expecting. Again, you have no more meds. You're on the bottom end of the overall standing so far in this lobby. That's why Dreamfire just cut their losses, ended up rotating away. IBG now is going to take their time to rotate into that next circle with the more loot that they have versus the other two teams we just saw.
I mean, it hasn't worked out for Dreamfire at all. They were really hoping that would be a quick and dirty fight. They could just get out and move on with their lives. But the lockdown from E36 just says, well, look, you decide to drop on us, we're going to drop you with us. And unfortunately, at that point, you know, Dreamfire, I don't see them kind of coming back from this. IBG are camping those banners by the looks of it. They're still very much in the circle, maybe just going for some crafting. But either way, I think this is going to be too tough for Dreamfire to come back from.
MDY White eliminating your feeds thanks to the hands of Dojo, who are sitting at 43 points currently right now. NRG, a team that has been so consistent, still trying to make the comeback here. Nathan gets the shield swap, engaging in this fight. He's got the Digi threat in hand, but trying to peek through a little head glitch here. As the double death box is right to his right too, and looking to find the opportunity. Nathan has been an absolute beast so far for NRG.
God, he is so locked in today. He's so locked in this tournament. And NRG trying to add another scalp here.
Oh. Designful? versus Sweet on the other side, and he with the wingman shots. Call him Mariah because he is looking to carry. Gets the res. Dojo still in this lobby.
Couple of choice words coming out from Designful there, I believe, with that win. A wingman headshot to finish it off. Does it in style. And that's a very important spot. If we look where the circle is pulling, it's very much going towards the north of the wall, but that inside portion behind the blast doors, you can see the Dojo have it to themselves at the moment. Incredibly important, and that was a huge fight win. Cannot be underestimated.
Especially with those extra points that they need. Literally, just 3 more points, and they sit at match point right now, Genome. Seeing where the circle is going to be pulling all the way to the north side of the wall means that that fight that Dojo just took and won against Energy puts them in a very good spot where their backs can be cleared. It's very easy to find a team that decides to take the risk and taking the zip line.
Yeah, this is the first watch party, but not the first stream. I had some streams before.
On the other hand, the other teams that are inside the buildings over by wall have to worry about the teams that are going to be fighting their way from the edge of the circle as the circle collapses over them.
There are lots of things to think about for these teams. I mean, you know, so many different ways to play this. You've got, as you said, those teams inside the buildings like Start a Fight, Moist Esports that can cat goo up as much as they want. And then you've got teams like TSM who have to play in, around, under these buildings. You know, maybe it's more flexible. Maybe it's just more dangerous to be there.
Very similar game plan that TSM was rocking in our previous game as the crowd was chanting their names. Nice to note on the top left side of your screen, Genome and I mentioned it early on, I believe game number 2. Well, guess what? The Crafter has rotated for the week. We have the Moby, the Purple Knockdown, but most importantly, with the inclusion of Bangalore in these lobbies, is that Digi threat and that Purple Laser Sight. Expect that to be crucial for our teams that land and have a Crafter in those VOIs. That is to say, if we do go to a new game, LG Chivas in a fight.
Yeah, Luminosity, one of our teams on match point currently, taking on Ironblood Gaming at Cascade Falls. Smokes go out. As you can see, Digi threats are going to be abundant now that it's in the craft. If you've had access to one of those at some point, it's a massive, massive advantage in these fights. Yanya, one of the best players so far, but this wasn't his fight.
Juarez with the beam, using the Digitar himself and the R9, but the high ground right behind him. He tries to navigate away, needs some help from Nizul, tries to break down through the door. He gets taken out. Actually crazy coming in from Asians.
Gets the ping on the piercing spikes. That means Jaguares knows where the enemy is. His down teammates are actually giving him pings all the time to let him know. And there we go.
Yeah, this doesn't even compare with
shields in the LG. Should be able to get
the first ALGS.
Vámonos a Chivas right now, coming out of Cascade Falls.
Teams
and Evac Tower
evolve so
gets
much.
deleted just as quick as it was put down on the ground. That was Alliance to get booted off from that attempt on the rotation. And with the 30-30 shots ringing through from Yuki. He's fighting from the low to high ground disparity up that hill phase. Side of the crevice of that cave that will allow them to be right behind Alliance in this position, but they also have a pretty nice rotation depending if there is a team holding the building outside of the mouth of this cave that allows you to have that high ground hilltop overlooking wall.
And, you know, none of the teams were unanimous, basically, on deciding that this was going to end on the wall. So no one was occupying those buildings. It meant that Ascend coming in there late with the Valk rotate like we saw, easily able to take position up there. That's the team that FaZe is going to be running into now. One of our 4 teams left alive on match point. Dreamfire have been removed. The other 4, Optic, Blackhand, LG, and FaZe, all still in there.
Realize taking shots with G7. Krompu in this position. Also getting the Evo shield check. I believe that maybe LG that they're shooting at right now, but
7 more points to reach match point.
LG have to force their way into that next circle alongside E6. Catwall has been called in from
Dude, the
base,
Lions almost on last
Ascent,
place.
who actually is the team sitting inside of that building, waiting to see if another team may rotate in this direction, but trying to play it safe as usually Ascend does.
Oh, we just talked about it with the what's in your pack. The 30-30 there, just pumping in so much damage. A scant few bullets and you've already got to waste a bat or maybe even more. LG, they've actually been locked down here by the Fuse ultimate, but reply so well with their Hemlock. They get right back on top of it with the gravity leap. They turn this fight around in a matter of seconds.
There's no way you can survive through the onslaught of ARCstars. Yanya is delivering on a silver platter. E6 get eliminated. LG Chivas are locked in.
I've never seen defense turned into offense so fast. They're incredible by LG to keep their chances alive. Realize actually hesitate on the side of that. I think they could have come in and taken LG out there. One of the threats to them, one of the threats to this series ending in this match, but they don't go for it.
LG Chivas have now put themselves in a sandwich position though, at least against Ascend and Realize. Alliance getting word of the fight after their rotation from the hilltop, running away from TSM, have now come across Ascend here. LG Chivas fighting against Realize, which actually gives them some time to focus on this fight to get the reset if they can.
Oh no, has to stop the revive there. The black hole came in, he knows he just has to win this fight somehow. 2v3, yet Juarez is trying to do it with the Hemlock coming out. Again, that's the second down. Can they actually win this 2v3?
Yanya looks completely unfazed. It looks like they can. The Thermite doing enough damage. He gets the finisher on the Hemlock at the very end. Realize gets taken out.
Alliance and Ascend? Okay, their fight has finished up. Ascend got the better of them. They didn't manage to finish Alliance off, but they're going straight in for the third party. I don't think LG will reset this time.
It'd be too close for comfort right now. It doesn't look like they were able to Ascend and with the L-Star. Look behind you though. They find the knock onto Yanya. LG somehow still alive. It's only up to Nizul, who's literally low. One shot here. Can he get away? Bring up the knockdown. They get taken out. Another one of our match point teams out of this lobby.
How many times can you be asked to clutch up in a row? At the very least, LG did so much damage there that they have managed to move themselves into second place with 62 points. Now getting above Dreamfire, who are already eliminated on 55.
TSM poised in prime position on this high ground. We've seen the end circle on this wall specifically pull towards this building or the outskirts of by the fence line, neighboring it to the left.
Currently, TSM here are above Optic Gaming. They're actually trying to walk up.
Oh, look at house position, just making sure. Good spot in case they poke their heads out again after being dropped.
But this is where the circle is pulling.
Black
so
Hand
Optic
win.
Gaming, if they can play this well, obviously you can see the roof is where you want to be. It's a wall zone. TSM read it perfectly. They play the best position for it. And they're looking to be rewarded for it. They're in a fantastic spot here. The Dojo,
Dude,
that early fight
this might be
against
the
NRG
final
has
game.
secured them spot in the zone for such a long time here, and only just now, in the next minute, do they have to worry about pushing out onto the left.
Fix my climb up my queue over here. We should not just not get hit right now. There's a guy on bridge we can shoot. Oh my god.
No, they're not doing
Ascend
anything.
lying in wait as a duo after they took that fight against LG and feeling the pressure from it. They will get information with Kishera still alive and having that crypto drone give them that info. Alliance having to play this as a solo, the same can be said about FaZe.
Dreamfire out, Luminosity out, FaZe, they are a rat right now. It's only Phony left alive. Optic, Black Hand are the two left on match point with all three members still up and running.
This is crazy. Still an opportunity to see another game on Storm Point. Playing by the bunker doors is Dojo after winning this spot against NRG in a team fight. Here comes the catwall up.
Two
Great
teams
way to hold on
left
to that
alive
utility to make
that
this
have match
rotation. They
point.
called out the rat from FaZe, but they don't finish them off.
Wow, other teams even worried about the Dojo here are going to start throwing ultimates out. I'm not sure why Enemy isn't making the rotation just yet. I guess they're really trying to dissuade anyone else from getting above them. They don't want to make the move too early, but Phony, he can't even pop the one bat he's got left. He's too worried about people hearing him.
He's living on the edge for real right now. Dojo have managed to finally make their rotate with the circle closing in. Optic Gaming still inside of this building with TSM right up above them. Start a fight outside the building. Looking to maybe getting involved with TSM right on the rooftop, and that's a positional disadvantage that they have to worry about if they do decide to take that fight.
Well, as Peeps would say, levels. You've got people on all different levels of that building, and as the game goes on,
Blackhand has match point as well.
Alliance now will drop, and we're down to 7. Blackhand and Moist down on the south here. Phony somehow still hasn't been discovered. You can see him. Oh, man.
Want to note that Dojo being alive for this long and getting the KP that they have has set them up with 50 points. They join alongside our other match point teams to wait to see if they have another opportunity to take the dub, to take this year's championship.
You can see it's not a fantastic spot that they've got down there. Bangalore ult, a black hole, a couple of grenades honestly could spell the end of them. This building is what's important. You can stay in it until the circle is almost completely closed. It'll be interesting to see how Blackhand and Moist play out on the bottom side, the south side of this.
Yeah, too bad they not they don't have match point.
Any more than 7th there. Okay, it's going to be a battle of the north and south.
Now with FaZe going down, Blackhand
Dojo
and
reach
are your
match
point
point
teams that are still alive.
after this game.
Dojo with the cat wall up,
they
trying
have
to take
50
the fight
points.
against Moist, trying to poke them afar without trying to overcommit at the same time, especially with Walty having the L stuff, but they lose on an MT.
No!
Oh, the shield bat popped off! The shield bat coming in clutch!
Whoa.
Moist Esports get eliminated!
Whoa.
Okay, Blackhand, they've waited a nice amount
Dude.
of time here. They can't see anyone.
Please, someone kill Blackhand and Optic, please. I want ASM to reach match point as well.
Of their generator and the Watson fences set up. This interception pylon is so good against the compositions that the other teams are running. You can't throw a black hole in there. You can't throw a bang ult in there. They're safe until they want to move.
And that's the importance of having the Watson in their team comp. The gameplay that they've been running into with this composition to play into this play style is beautiful. TSM still looking down on Pride Rock on the rooftops of this building. Optic Gaming having to fight for their lives.
TSM 47 points until
Okay, start a fight. Unfortunately, dropping one early. Still 2 match point teams left alive. Out of the last fight, will Optic finally close it out?
Yeah, get that point.
Blackhand really make everyone
48 points. 2 more points for
like the
TSM.
best team in the world.
4 squads left. Start a fight, go down. Optic Gaming, Blackhand still in this fight. Blackhand though, strafing flame, easy flash as well.
Okay, Blackhand out.
This may be it for Blackhand, and it is.
Optic.
Optic Gaming are still alive for how long? It's dropped. It's
Fuck,
TSM
man.
from the high ground. 3 teams left, and the circle is looking like a skittle.
No one knows who anyone is in Optic. Once again, they can't manage it. It's going to be Dojo versus TSM as the
Dude, my
circle
heart.
closes.
TSM another win. Dude. Those were 2 wins in a row.
Yet more teams achieving match point eligibility.
Look at that.
With that win, TSM of
I
course
need to do that.
will throw themselves above that threshold. So do the Dojo.
Dude, they reached match point, right?
Wins. TSM is locked in to take another trophy home. Sitting at match point now. We are moving on to a game number 8.
Ooh.
A moment of respite here. It's been such high passion for TSM. They haven't had a moment to themselves, really. They've played the entire games out. As you said, the back-to-back wins. Wow. Incredible, honestly, at this point. And it's a team that has never not shown up at LAN. I mean, even when they weren't lifting the trophies, coming second.
Yeah. Always so consistent.
2 wins back to back.
Tournaments.
They can make it 3.
The crowd Giving them
TSM match point.
One more game. We are going to one
Dude,
more game.
already 7 teams
so
on
excited.
match
I'm
point.
so
That's
happy.
crazy.
We get even more Apex Legends on our screens.
Oh.
Let's take a look at the final circle
This
now,
is
Gino.
getting
Let's recap all
dangerous.
the action. We saw how small that circle was to the very end.
We saw TSM, they were trying to hold on to this high ground position like their lives
They had
depended on
Gaspar.
it, like their series depended on it, and well, gosh darn, if it didn't, they managed to stay up here for quite some time. Teams below them in the smokes, but as we've noted, with the Digi coming into the crafter now, the smokes aren't as safe as they used to be. The catwall will keep the other team's vision at bay for just a little while, but Hao tries to hold on to his black hole for as long as
No, they
humanly
had
possible.
Gaspar.
At this point, you've got 4 teams left, and it starts coming down to verticality. The gravity lifts are happening. Duels happening mid-air. Evac towers trying to get used, and once again, Hao manages to hold on to both his Q and the ult for so long. It comes down to, I think it was the 1v1 in the end, honestly. It was Hal here,
Yeah.
and there we go, get the last
He tried to punch him in the zone,
I
but
love how you noted the gravity lift being saved there. I know Raven in the back, that Meza was absolutely
Dude.
greatly. Gotta hold on
Be
to
right
your
back.
utility and using it the best way that you can. But oh my goodness, aside from the
That's
double
massive.
TSM, can we look at Dojo real quick with 15 kills?
Yeah, hold up that Dojo flag. They just got themselves on match point. 24 points to give them a chance to get on the stage and lift that trophy. That's going to be, what is it, 7 teams or something we're up to now on match point. It's getting more and more unlikely that this series continues, but continue it has.
And if you want to have half the lobby at match point, I'm all here for it. Dojo's definitely got that mojo, and they're here to perform, and they're showing it off. On the second page, we get to see what happened to some of our teams. Oxygen being the first to go, not having the performance that they really want throughout the course of these previous games.
Okay, series results as they stand. Yep, 7 teams currently on the match point. Dojo, Blackhand, both up there at 64. I mean, you've got to remember, Vicky, the difference between these top 5 spots, you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes even hundreds if we're looking right up at number 1 and 2 there. Just a couple of points will shuffle these teams around and honestly change their lives and change the course of Apex Legends esports history.
Genome, the script writes itself. I cannot believe this. TSM feeling their own mojo, taking back-to-back wins. Can 3 times be a charm? We're gonna have to see. We're gonna send it to a break. On the other side of this break, we got game number 8 coming to you soon.
dude, where are TSM haters right now? Show them. Show me the TSM haters. Come on, I wanna see them.
7 teams at match point. 7 teams at match point, chat. Do we think it's over right here?
Yeah.
Is it done in 8?
Right now.
Are we done in 8?
Right here, right now.
We just hit 60K too.
Oh, we did? 60K viewers, bro. My throat's done. It's GG's now. I have maybe 4 more games left of me, max.
Ain't no way it's going 4 more.
Place your bets right now. Can we do a pool? Can I do a pool right here on the phone?
What a day it has been here in Birmingham at the ALGS Championships. But it's not quite over yet. TSM with the win at the wall. Keep us going here on a beautiful Sunday in Birmingham. Ozzy and Gaskin here to talk you through the next couple of games. Storm Point is where we're going to stay, Dan. But now we are really getting into the point of our tournament where match point is so spread about. There's so many teams who've reached it. you almost feel like someone has to win pretty soon.
You'd think so. I thought surely it was going to be done there, where 50% of the teams left in that final circle were on match point. But of course, TSM go back to not
Who am I
only
supporting?
deny other teams from winning, but to put themselves
TSM.
on match point now here going
TSM
into
is my
match
only team right
number
now.
8. We have
Right
7.
now.
I count 7 teams
TSM.
going into match point
That
on
I wanted
match
to make a
number
pool,
8.
but
So if you are
I don't know
one of those
how.
squads that still has yet to reach that
I don't know how to
threshold,
make
you
a
better
pool.
believe you have to win this game, because if you do not, the chances are Optic, Dojo, Blackhand, LG Chivas, TSM, Dreamfire or FaZe will be taking away that championship and lifting that
Comedy
trophy.
moderation.
The last game we saw TSM,
Yeah, I don't know
of
how
course,
to
hit
make a
match
pool.
point. We also saw the Dojo hit match point.
Start a pool.
The list of teams was there for
Pool
everybody to see, but the question still stands. Who is going to get
TSM.
their hands on that beautiful trophy?
Black
You can see on
hand.
your screens right now.
Optic.
A lot of Apex still left to be played here, Dan, but one more game of
FaZe.
Stormpoint is the first chapter.
And then it gets
Oh,
to
and
real
that's it.
scary territory when you start to move over to another map again.
Dojo.
It could be good news for the likes of Dreamfire. We've mentioned, you know, contested.
I think
a little bit
you
on
can
Storm
vote
Point.
right now.
Pioneers, though, we've got to shout out Pioneers with how well they've been playing today, despite contests on
I think,
both maps. They
I
still
think you
find
guys can
themselves on
vote it.
48 points, but just short of match point. But maybe this will be the game where they find themselves on it.
We can see the Legend Select screen right now, so you can get an idea of what legends these teams are going to be playing in their compositions. But the real story here is 7 games was not enough for us to find our champion. A lot of people thinking, how many games is it going to take? Well, the more teams that hit match point here, the higher that chance is that we crown our champion.
We've only seen the likes
Yo,
of
everybody-
TSM find one victory on Storm
Everybody is
Point, but it was
voting
that one victory
TSM.
they were just able to achieve. Can they replicate it here again? It's
Come on.
match number 8 here in Resorts World Birmingham for the ALGS Championships. And we have 7 teams with a chance to win things right here.
Come on,
right now.
we are TSM fans right here, right?
The mood has kind of changed in the room, I'm feeling. It was just excitement, energy, the moment that we saw the crowd walk in, but now there's a little bit of nerves, a little bit of trepidation, as everybody is hoping it's their team who can get that win on the board. Teams finding their way down onto Stormpoint off the rip. We're going to start with Dreamfire.
Dreamfire playing this far safer as well, away from the mill, yet again not wanting to take that fight with the Pioneers, and the loophole is not going to be great here for them. They are probably going to be walking out with just the white. They'll be lucky to find a blue, and that'll be bad news for their chances. But if the zone were to pull their way, then there's still that opportunity. And speaking of said zone, we're going to be heading a little bit further
Blackhand
north
just stole the trident.
east. It's daylight robbery from Blackhand, and it's something we saw similar from NRG earlier on this tournament. Sometimes it's about denying that possibility of quick rotations.
I mean, Effect will be, I would say upset, probably some choice words being said in this microphone right now, but it's not going to affect Alliance too much because the map overhead is going to tell us that we're going pretty central at the moment. Between FinalWatch, Stormcatcher and Command Center is where we will see our end zone. Elsewhere, you can see the KCP seem to be alone at the moment over at the mill, so looks like their day of contesting might be over, Dan.
I'm just looking at who's got those ring consoles to get the information. TSM do not have one at the wall. Dojo do have one at
Yo,
North,
Alliance
to work
on
with,
19
as do
plays.
Optic Gaming over at
For
Down
real.
East. So a couple of our match point teams will get that info, but they have to move far. Blackhand, you'd have to say, have the biggest advantage with this circle and where they're currently positioned.
Yo, yeah.
It's about whether they can get enough
Blackhand.
loot. But they looked pretty good in the early
TSM as
stages.
well.
What a tournament it's been for Blackhand, right?
Oh, TSM and Realize will clash.
There's KCP though. No shields left to play with for them. Shield battery is going to have to be popped, but they do manage to get inside of the building, and they should be able to reset. So Pioneers kind of just cut down for a few seconds there. Dreamfire, the team, was holding them out.
Pioneers just need to make sure they ease their way onto match point, but then they try and play spoiler to the rest of the lobby. Dreamfire, they've reached match point now. They still have that chance to win, but because they're taking this 50-50 over towards mill, or at least leaving it so they get some sort of loot, it's very weak armors for them and probably not much to work with in terms of utility as well. But they're just going to have to hope that maybe they can pick up a third party and gather some loot from someone else.
It's interesting that we saw a Prowler be the end of one team's game yesterday, causing that death, but this time around it might actually be helping the loot pool of Dreamfire. But look at Pioneers, they are stepping up on this. I think they want this fight.
Well, they would have seen the armors. They know that Dreamfire are weak, and they know that Pioneers, they only need 2 more KP. So just this one victory, this one fight could send them onto match point here. And not only that, it denies one of the match point teams from being able to win it here.
Dreamfire only one thing in their minds right now: survive, evade, try and get away from Pioneers, who are chasing them down so violently at the moment. A little bit of leftover loot, certainly going to be helpful for them. You mentioned how their loot pool is looking pretty weak comparatively to someone who has a POI to call their own. For now, they look like they're safe, though. They have escaped. The Pioneers follow.
I mean, it's not just armors, it's ammo they're struggling on. They're going to have such little to work with. Maybe one fight, potentially. As Ascend phase, they're over towards Stormcatcher. Are we going to see the circle start to pull this way, or will it continue to pull northeast up to Thunderwatch? That's going to be one of the biggest changes here for some of these squads. Thunderwatch, I imagine, is where we'll probably end up, or at least in between the two in the little choke point.
Pulverix set up for the long game here. Elsewhere, we take a little look south of what we've just seen. And it's going to be Blackhand who are making their way up that hill now, but look at the armors, not looking too healthy at the moment. And Blackhand has certainly prioritized a rotate off of taking their time to loot up for some fighting a little bit later on.
Now, this is the area where we have seen finishes, though, that Blackhand are holding dead center between Stormcatcher and Thunderwatch, with a little bit of a northern tip for them to work with, and certainly have the hill to their advantage. Is now the Pioneers, they're still chasing, they still want these kills.
And it's Dreamfire again, who are probably just thinking, Pioneers, can you just give us a second
just
here?
leave us alone,
leave
please.
us alone? Pioneers like, nah, we're coming after you. But for now, it seems like both teams, once again, are resetting. However, resetting not an option here for NRG. Sweet is left on his own. It's a 1v1. Sangyu does have the Peacekeeper, and he has the grab lift just to deny and maybe buy enough time here to get this bat off. If he can pop this, then all of a sudden the fight turns on its head. That's exactly what it's done.
No, not really. I think there was one time where there were like 10 teams on match point. I think when Furia ended up on second place and they trolled.
Reset has come in here at the command center, but
I think that time there were more teams.
Big
like,
change, of course, in the crafting rotation. Those digi-threads are now available to everyone where you seek that crafter. So the Bangalore smoke's not going to be quite as impactful as they were even in the first few games of the day. Oxygen Esports, though, they're in a scrap at the moment. They will be eliminated, and LG, one of our match point teams, will win that fight. And Yanya, who was unbelievable, a monster in that previous game we just saw, well, he's going to do something similar here to keep his team alive.
We saw MDY White eliminated as well, as LG Chivas just trying to desperately search for any sort of space to stay alive, but it's Element 6 being the aggressors here, trying to shut down LG and eliminate one of those match point teams.
Optic still in this fight, though. Optic trying to force their way through command center. They have taken a fair bit of damage in this fight, which is, the longer it goes, the more you expect more teams to think about having a push on this. Locked is taking flesh damage, but should be able to just about get around this corner, but no! Here come KCP! They are a nightmare for the lobby at the moment. There's one KP, one more, and Pioneers will be on match point.
I think he's out. There's no way they win as a duo.
As early as possible to give them that idea of we can be the team to disrupt things. We can be that squad to win here and send us to match number 9.
Zane reloads.
Dude, no range.
This player alive for just a few seconds, but Zane has only got one thing in mind. KP, one more of them, and KCP will be on match point.
Nice.
7 becomes 8, but of course Pioneers cannot win it in this match. So they have to try and deny all of these other teams that already find themselves on them, as Optic Gaming have lost 2 now. Dreamfire, they're under pressure as well. 2 of our match point teams with their backs against the wall.
Ironblood Gaming pushing at the moment. Peter Agwe will go down as well. Dreamfire down to just one. It's all up to Roy. He cannot do it.
out.
LG Chivas eliminated as well as Dreamfire. 2 more match point teams fall almost within seconds each other.
And the chances of another match gets that little bit more percentage-wise, but there's still some big heavy hitters left in the lobby. Dojo, Blackhand, TSM, FaZe could still do it here in match 8. Now Element 6, a team who has certainly caused a ruckus, especially yesterday in that elimination bracket. Maybe they could be the ones to play spoiler. But from their position, they've got a long way to go up to this northern side. They're down towards Launchpad right now. But they're really ruining this rotation from Enter Force 36, who are just calmly trying to make their way up through north.
Back to the Calm, which is a little bit more north on the map at the moment. E6 and Enter Force 36 have gone their separate ways for now. Blackhand kind of relying on Player K here to hit some big shots with that charge rifle. The good news for them, even though they have white armors, they've found somewhere safe to play. And if they can hit 1 or 2 shots with a charge rifle, that Evo shield will be charged up extremely quickly. But we all know at this point, with the reworking of the charge rifle, it's certainly not as easy as it used to be.
Now remember, only a few teams on this northern side had ring consoles to work with as well. Blackhand had ideally priority here. They were able to move into zone first. TSM, however, didn't have ring console from the wall. So they're at the moment just playing a guessing game, kind of watching where other teams arrived from. Could they shadow them? Could they mirror them a little bit? And they're very close to SAF on the northern side of this zone, but it's Pulverex, Moist, Blackhand, and Ascend who are all around this Thunderwatch building.
FaZe, one of our match point teams, they are a little bit further south at Stormcatcher. Nobody really close to them at the moment, but one team who is moving up from the south that they might get a peek at in just a few moments' time is going to be Enter Force 36. This is their POV. If they're not careful here, you already saw that Snipedown has those scopes tracked. And if they peek, he will teach.
It's going to be a tough journey for FaZe though, once that circle does close and they have to find themselves going north, but they don't know that at the moment. They wouldn't have had that information. So they're just holding Stormcatcher. They would have seen probably the amount of teams that were able to rotate over towards Thunderwatch. As FaZe now see it. Enter Force 36 arriving. Certainly could be extra shields though, which could really help them with their journey north when they do have to make it.
Only 7 damage needed here for Snipedown. It's one of those frustrating situations. It's just like, give me 1 body to hit. And it just gives you a little bit more confidence. The Dojo, what a tournament it has been. The winners of the last chance qualifier, by the way,
No enemy
are on
dying
match
to
point.
Oh no.
And this would be the ultimate Cinderella
Perfectly
story. If the
timed.
Dojo can win the ALGS championships, you really couldn't write much better a story.
And it really shows that, you know, anyone could do it. It is very much the 0 to hero, LCQ to championship story for them. And at the moment, they're in second place. I'm sure they wouldn't mind it finishing, even if they didn't get that win, because they'd still be up there with the big boys and prize money. But it's TSM who are very close around that corner. And I think Hal has certainly caught wind of something.
The Spidey sense is certainly tingling here, not just because they're in the Spider Cave, but because they know that there's a team around the corner and the Dojo don't need to be asked twice. They will move down and try and force their way into this zone, and the Dojo have to make this play. You can see in the top left, they won't be safe in around a minute's time, so they're trying to take this fight a little bit early, trying to force TSM back and create some space for them to have to play.
And we've seen this fight a few times this tournament, Dojo versus TSM, and Dojo have got the better of them a few times. Now SAF are above all of this commotion and could join it if they wanted to. Smokes just to give extra protection for Timmy and the rest of the boys. Right now, they're just trying to hold on because they're looking. They have been able to fight their way in.
One thing that's interesting is I think teams are a little bit less confident trying to fire through the bang smokes, knowing that the Digi is now in that crafting rotation. You can't guarantee if you have a Digi, you're probably going to be in a good position. Oh my, you can start a fight.
Oh my.
Do you pull the trigger? Do you wait for the knocks?
No.
The pressure. You can feel it in the room.
Dude. What the fuck is this?
Enter Force 36 eliminated in the meantime, but back to the silence as we wait to see what happens.
Couldn't tell if I was in the ALGS arena or a football stadium as everyone's selling shoe by Iron Blood Gaming now. Trying to take this fight and at the moment doing well damage-wise.
This is FaZe they're going up against as well, so we could have another match point team falling. What a crazy start to this lobby it has been. And it looks like they're going to be spied out here, FaZe. This could be the end of FaZe. If
Yo, where is their
damage
coach?
starts to pick up, and it is.
Their coach is
FaZe
gone.
are eliminated as well.
Do you see?
That's yet another match point team falling.
Iron Blood Gaming
we only
doesn't have
3
coach.
left. They've been going out one by one, and SAF, they really can't change this fight as enemy has been the first to fall from the dojo.
I mean, this is a massive fight. This is a massive fight for the context of not just what you see in front of you, but the tournament as a whole. And SAF might play spoiler. Reps will go down. Verho's still got shields to play with, but where are SAF on all of this? Are they going to drop? Are they going to influence this fight? The zone is closing. Are they going to make a play off the back of this?
SAF are just letting this go. They're saying, yeah, we helped one team win, I guess, is TSM. Back on their feet, back as a 3, and SAF, they want to hold this position. They don't want to give it up.
The reason I say this is because the winner of this Northern fight will have probably the best place in the zone. So for TSM fans and TSM themselves, they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that they weren't dropped on there by SAF. Elsewhere, though, realize, playing on the edge of zone, it's going to be Pioneers and Ironblood Gaming who are holding them out, but Noct is still alive, but the longer he stays in zone, I mean, the chances are just disappearing in front of his eyes.
So it's Optic Gaming, Blackhand, and TSM, our last 3 teams that are left on match point that are still alive, but Optic down to 1, so you'd imagine it would have to be TSM or Blackhand. Now, Blackhand, the most consistent team throughout this week.
Yeah, TSM plot armor, I swear. You can make
shit.
You can make
what they
this
did
shit
struggle
up.
with, though, in the winners bracket was getting those wins on the board. They didn't get any throughout the winners finals. But this could be the biggest win of their career if they are able to get into that final circle and solidify everything here and now.
Element 6 and Alliance having a little peek at each other. Optic Gaming out! No win here for Optic Gaming. Another match point team will fall as we jump back over to the north side of our zone. Alliance on your screen. It's been a tough day for them so far. But a win here and you never know.
Well, Alliance pushing up onto E6. If they can get a victory, they can keep this tournament going. It would be big points as well.
The big thing here is, will TSM try and push up on this? Will they leave that cave?
No.
Or will the threat of
Why will
Starfight
they push?
Esports be too much for them
There
to
is no
commit to
reason
this
to
fight,
push.
cross that open ground? At the moment, it's Alliance who seem to have the upper hand in this fight, especially with effect-hitting sprays like this. But there's the help up from high. Start a fight who influenced that fight and take him down.
And you said, will TSM join? No, but Blackhand do. Pioneers eliminated in the meantime. Blackhand want this fight. They want this eastern side. They want to be able to dominate and hold as much space as possible.
Pioneers eliminated. Blackhand want to take this spot away. Easy Flash has got to be so careful. Player Case trying to pop an ult excel. But the zone is starting to be a problem for them. They've been forced forward through that cat wall, into the fire, but they do get one. Yuki will fall. Alliance eliminated.
And Blackhand hold, but now are we going to see Ascend actually be able to do any damage from a distance here? TSM also have eyes. There's a few teams with height who have vision on Blackhand, but it looks like Blackhand just stay on their feet.
No,
as TSM
there is no reason
on
for
the
them to
northern
push.
side are still threatened by SAF.
I have a deja vu.
above them,
TSM wins.
But do they know they're there? Yes, they definitely know they're there, because you can see how looking
I've
up,
seen this
we can
game
see
before.
the bullets coming from SAF now.
I've seen it.
SAF do have the Valkyrie. The composition could be influencing the decision that's going to be made here by Starfight Esports. They are in such an elevated position here that if they try and hit this Valkyrie, they will be safe to do so. They can approach this zone late and really get a lay of the land. That might open the door for TSM to move in.
Well, bear in mind, for TSM to win here, it would be 3 back-to-back victories, something that's unheard of this year in ALGS on LAN. But they have to first worry about SAF. Now, Pulverix, E6, they hold a good position at the moment where they have coverage, but there's a lot of teams on that southern side that are going to be forcing them out of that position, which could put Blackhand into one of the prime spots because they're away from all of this commotion, from all of this damage. If Blackhand can find
I hope
coverage, if
TSM
they
is
can
aware
find
of that
protection, they could find themselves in the
SAF
final
is
fight.
above them. I think
We
so.
are
They are.
into our top 9 squads.
No, they are not fighting.
TSM, who
TSM
almost had to go on an
Platinum.
elimination bracket run. They left it to
They
the
are
last
following
game
the script.
to get that win to send them through to the grand finals. Moist Esports will be eliminated in the meantime. Elsewhere, you can see the Blackhand are taking a fight. Blackhand are taking a fight, and who's it against? It's TSM who are moving in, and Hal got that first knock.
Gets the first knock, wants to press up, and they will get aggressive here because if they win this fight, they own the northern side. All the other squads are on the south. TSM win the fight, and now they're in
Good.
prime position here.
But is anyone going to push on this? Can they get the reset? It looks like TSM will be able to. And all of a sudden, after back-to-back wins, TSM are in prime spot. Carnage elsewhere.
TSM once did it from the heavens, but now they can do it from the depths. They were so far behind going into match number 5, but then back-to-back victories finds them on match point here at match 8.
I hope Hal has light ammo. For the love of God, Hal, what's your ammo?
Perfectly, they can't afford to slip up here, but they have loot, they've got boxes, they've got shield swaps, they've got everything they could possibly want here to win this final circle.
The cards are in the hands
Everyone,
of
for the love
TSM.
of God, give Hal some light ammo.
The crowd know it. TSM fans
They have
at
God's
home
part.
and around the world know it as well.
Bro, it's too
Not
much.
get a better chance than this.
Bro, I'm gonna pass out. It's too much.
One of these teams on the southern side has to come out healthy, has to come out as a full 3, and TSM are going to be contested here. Otherwise, this one might just be given to them. But it was all that fight on the northern side, beating Blackhand. May have just done it, but they still have to get over this final hurdle here. And I tell you what, it could be SAF. SAF on this lower side, they're not going to take as much damage because these guys in the building are going to fight one another. And it was SAF.
Now everybody's gonna team up and kill TSM. Wanna bet?
TSM try and take a little bit more space. The digi threat here for Hal means the Bangalore smokes are not going to be an exit option for some of these teams inside of the building. And I tell you what
are you doing?
TSM are not going to wait for the game to come to them. TSM are going to go and win the game themselves. Pulverex down.
He did that. He did that especially for Ascent.
2 more teams for TSM to deal with to call themselves champions.
And I love this, push the narrative, give yourself the best opportunity. Iron Blood Gaming, the next team to potentially go down here. This is going to be SAF versus TSM in the final fight.
3v3.
SAF.
A chance.
No, fuck this up, man.
Legacy to become a dynasty for TSM. The zone cut in half.
Oh, right.
Pressure on
Right
Verhoff,
beside
that's the
him.
catalyst to make a play. Starfight could play pie poopers here, and TSM are going to have to wait.
These Watson fences could be massive.
Apex
Yo,
Focal
SAF.
once again repeating
Follow the
itself
screen,
as
man.
Hal, once again from the heavens, gets the opening knock. The CEO with a hostile takeover. TSM. Oh, your
Fucking hell, dude. 3 games back-to-back wins. Man. Look, Raver is crying. Fuck, man. Ah. Fuck, man. Dude.
From legacy to a dynasty. It is now complete for TSM. Online championships, playoff championships, and
Wow.
now a world championship for TSM. 3
Dude, this
victories
script
in a row
is
to do it.
something
When
else,
the
man.
backs were truly against the wall, it was from the wall where they were able to get things done. And the best team in the world, there is no doubt who they are.
Their name is TSM, and they are inevitable when it comes to the ALGS.
Oh, yeah. It's scary.
For Imperial Hal, for Verhost,
Dude.
and for the man that holds it all together, Reps. It was the one piece that was missing, Dan. The one trophy that they couldn't call their own. But now they can call themselves the ALGS champions.
Oh, man.
And not only did they manage to get that victory, but they got it whilst taking down other match point teams on their way. The Dojo destroyed. Blackhand, the next one's in their path. And it was SAF that were above them originally. We thought maybe could be that difference maker, but TSM held strong. And even though at one point, TSM were what, 40, 50 points behind their competitors.
Dude, they
still
almost
managed to
didn't
hold on.
qualify.
They still believe that they can
And
get it
from
done.
that to this.
And they will find themselves as the world champions.
Let's take a look back at how TSM win a championship. This is your final circle. And one thing that I love about how TSM played this, Dan,
dude, I swear, he got there just to kill Kishera. That's it.
Those teams damage each other and then probably clean things up from a distance.
I swear.
But if you force the narrative in your favor,
no, they won like 100k each.
To really come out with any sort of help.
$2 million is the whole price.
In fairness, SAF a full 3, then they set up those Watson fences, and it just comes down to, as we've always said, hitting your shots.
Whoever's in charge of adding something onto Storm Point, you need to make this kind of zone the TSM zone. They need to have a statue, because this is where they win championships. But it's this play again from Hal. Goes up once again into the thinner air, comes back down.
Dude, I bet SAF regrets now they didn't shoot TSM.
Playing the objective scenery as best as you can and what's available to give you that extra little bit
I
of cover.
bet they regret it now.
For those gentlemen on
Maybe
your screen,
shut down
I don't think
TSM.
they can quite believe it themselves. It's unheard of. I mean, back-to-back-to-back wins on land. You don't see it very often now. Remember, right at the start, Optic Gaming had won 2 matches. They had their chance on
Apex will last another year.
Take it.
Thank you,
TSM
TSM.
yet again that find themselves on match point, getting the job done.
An unbelievable week. I think everybody who's here in the building can agree with that sentiment. Everybody who's watching around the world as well, I'm sure, can agree with that sentiment. Arguably the greatest ever Apex Legends tournament that we've been a part of, that everybody has been a part of. And I've got to say, for everyone who's out in the crowd right now, you have been one of the biggest parts of this. It has been an incredible
Dude, look
atmosphere.
how
It's
many
one that
people.
Dan and I will never forget.
Dude, the
But the
arena
story
is
ends the
almost
same.
full.
It's like we said, it's legacy turning
Actually, I
into a
think it's
dynasty.
full.
It's TSM who are your champs.
And once more, it is a situation where you said, arguably, this is the biggest and best tournament, but there is no argument who is the best team in Apex Legends. And I think that was what TSM set out at this tournament to prove, that they are the best ever to do it. 2 players who have been there right since the very beginning, back in Krakow, Poland, still competing together, Reps and Hal, and now alongside Verholst, have defined what it means to be the best team in the world.
Absolutely inevitable. It's just how it felt. As soon as the momentum started picking up for TSM, they win 1 game, then we go to the wall. And sometimes when a zone comes to your POI, you're like, we need to win this, we should win this, but being in their position, knowing there's multiple teams already on match point, it became a must-win game for TSM. They do it. And then the way that they navigated that traffic in that final game, Dan, I mean, so many teams would have been so worried about taking that fight against the Dojo. That's either what wins them the game, or maybe Dojo come out of it as the champion, but it is going to be TSM who finally get the job done. Congratulations to TSM. It's time
Yo,
for
Dojo,
us
on
to step
what
away and
place?
put the spotlight on your champions.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Dojo on 4th. Oh, they got some money.
welcome to the stage, your
Right?
Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 champions, TSM!
Dude.
Guys, world champions! Oh my God! That was absolutely insane. I mean, you guys are at the top of the mountain right now. Tell me how you feel.
Wow. To be honest, I couldn't believe it. You know, we were like 13th place for most of the games, and randomly we just won 3 games in a row. I don't know. I feel amazing. You know, everything that we've put in, you know, as a team, individually, everything, it all paid off. You know, first, second, first for the year. I got no regrets. So.
You gotta love it. Crowd, make some noise. Raven, you are the Bill Belichick of the Apex Legends game. How is it coaching these guys? I mean, you got 3 of the greatest players under your belt here. How does it feel?
No, they just are the best players in the world, the 3 best players in the world, absolutely. No question. No, this tournament, I really feel like this was all them. Really, like, it wasn't the strats, it wasn't me, it was just them being better players and having the mental resilience to be able to struggle and still win. So.
I see the emotion in your faces. I feel the love in your hearts. Reps, I gotta ask, listen, you two are the oldest, if I'm not mistaken, the oldest duo in Apex history since 2019. How does it feel?
It feels amazing to continue to play the game from the start and still have so much success, and I gotta say thank you to Hal for always trusting me and always playing with me. So
Everybody's crying.
And I feel like he's always
you can feel it in the voice.
So yeah, I thank him for trusting me.
That's love. That's love. Some might say levels. Verhost, the youngest. I don't even have to say
are
it.
they
EA's most
wooing
positive player
him
in
or
the
what?
entire game, but arguably the greatest controller player in the world. What do you think about that?
Say that last thing again? I misheard you. What'd you ask me?
I said, how does it feel that you're arguably the greatest controller player in the game?
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can take that title from Hal right now. I really don't. I really don't know.
Dude. What the fuck is with that crowd?
All right, fellas, I see the family out there, right? What does that mean that you got your family there? Anything you guys want to say quickly?
You know, I had a wish, you know, being the greatest player alive, but then also win in front of my family. So, you know, I've checked those boxes. You know, they came here. They came here last time for champs, and we got 7th. And you know, this is the 2nd time they came in person, and there was no other option but to win. So, I'm happy that we did it.
You guys deserved it. You worked for it. You got it. I need to see you guys lift this trophy right now. Crowd, make some noise!
As the crowd acknowledges what can only be described as greatness, a dynasty in front of them, it reminds me of just the moments that you get to witness in life that you may never come across again. That is the beauty of seeing someone, a team, a collective do something bigger than themselves and prove it on a world stage and do it in such a way that inspires others to be better. TSM have somehow found a way against all odds to do it again. And man, they really represent what it means to play Apex. We know that this has been one of, I think, just the most heartfelt moments in this day, because there's been tears shed of joy, there's been tears shed of I think the beauty of realizing
I think this is all, right?
That was so far in front of a player like Hal, starting back in H1Z1 trying to figure out if he could even make it, or streaming to
guys, this is all.
To now have had so many trophies.
Correct. You're a tall guy, man. I'm so proud of you. Love you, buddy. Now, okay. before we end here, because the tournament's obviously over now and people are exiting, I do have a little speech. Do you have anything you want to say before I start rambling?
Of their competitive time.
Dude, I think this is over. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out, choosing to watch the ALGS with me, and yeah, I'll get the tour now to give you the final day recap with the highlights and everything. Yeah, I will see you in the next video. See you.